done, but also the enormity of this issue, the complexity of this issue. It's not something that we could give 20 recommendations back and go, grant. So I just again want to thank you for that, because by all accounts, from anyone else who's worked in a previous assembly, this room has worked harder. And that's not to disregard anybody else who's been in previous assemblies, but you've been doing your homework. You've been reading, you've been listening, you've been watching, you've been asking questions, you've been asking for more the whole time. And I really think that that speaks to the power of this process, the power of the deliberative democracy. So this morning, we'll conclude our presentations. I'm delighted that we're going to be finishing with the industry perspectives, and I'm looking at a few faces across the room who've been saying every weekend, we need to hear from industry, we need to hear from industry. And so we're hearing from industry this morning, and I'm looking forward to hearing their presentations and listening to the discussions and questions after that. We'll also be hearing from our colleagues in the Irish Schools Sustainability Network on education. And again, that's a theme that has been coming across so clearly every single weekend. We need more education, and hopefully we'll have a great discussion coming from that as well. And we'll also hear from Dame Dr. Jane Goodall. And I just want to reiterate now that I'm very grateful to her and her team for making time to address this Citizens' Assembly. But I think it speaks to the importance of the Assembly when this is the first Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity loss in the world. Dr. Jane Goodall, who has a hugely complicated, intense time schedule, has decided that this is important enough for her to address. And I also want to acknowledge all of the submissions that we've got, over 650, not just from across Ireland, but from around the world. People are looking at this. People are tuning into this. And I, again, just want to thank you for that, because it's part of the work that you have been doing in that. So, a full weekend of work ahead of us. It's daunting, but I have full faith that we'll be able to get through it, and we'll be able to get through it well without any fisticuffs, although I did ask the hotel to have first aid kits ready, just in case. But I know we'll be fine with that. And to begin us on our last presentations, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Jenny McElwain, who is Chair of Botany and Head of the Botany Department in the School of Natural Sciences in Trinity College Dublin. You'll also know Jenny because she's one of the members of our expert advisory group. But we felt that just to bring us back into why are we talking about this again? Why is it so important? Jenny is going to give us a brief presentation just to bring us back to zero on that. So please give Professor Jenny McElwain a very warm welcome.
So, morning everybody. It's an absolute honour for me also to present to you this morning. And I know everybody in this room knows what biodiversity is now. But what I wanted to do is just take us back to Dublin Castle many months ago and just ask the question, what is biodiversity loss? And why is biodiversity important? Why does biodiversity have a value? And behind me, I'm going to speak to a piece of art, because I think art can speak much more loudly and powerfully than words can, especially scientific words that we tend to use. So this piece is, it's a medicinal herbal, and it's 200 years old, and it contains dried plant specimens which have medicinal value for humans. And it's called Searching for a Remedy, and it's by Irish contemporary artist Siobhan MacDonald. And what you'll notice as the pages flick very slowly and quietly through the herbal, some of the pages go black. And this is actually depicting extinction. It's depicting biodiversity loss. And we use this word loss, and in a way I think it's a very soft, it's a very gentle word. It suggests that we can find the thing that is lost. We use it during a bereavement, and it seems less final. So we say, I'm sorry for your loss. And in a way, that's what we're using with biodiversity. I'm sorry for your loss. But really, what is biodiversity loss? Biodiversity loss is extinction of species in Ireland. If it's extinction of species across the globe, that is the death of a species. We can never find it again. we can actually never discover the unknown remedy, the unknown cure for a human ailment or perhaps for a human condition. And unfortunately, with biodiversity loss, it's not just loss of all those different species, it's also a loss, a dampening of the human experience with nature. So it's called the death of nature experience. So what this means is that every single generation are familiar with just a few less species than our parents' generation and our grandparents' generation. And they say in conservation biology, we do not conserve what we do not know. We do not really care about what we don't know. And I think the Children's Citizens Assembly identified that so clearly. They say we should treat biodiversity as a member of our family, because of course we care about members of our family. We wouldn't want to lose them. So then moving on to what is the value of biodiversity? Well, scientifically we know that rich, biodiverse, high species diversity ecosystems are more resilient. They can face environmental shocks much more capably than a low diversity system. That's because they're doing so many different things, they're exploring so much of the ecological space. And this is really important for the future shocks that will be coming with climate change. Pristine, untouched habitats, restored habitats with lots of biodiversity will weather the storm. They will be more resilient in the face of climate change than those that are low biodiversity. And then we think, well, what's the value of biodiversity? We could be very selfish about it and think, well, out there's so many unexplored species still. Maybe there's lots of species in Ireland, I know there are, and we haven't yet explored their medicinal value. Species outside this country provide things like rubber, they provide things like antifreeze, they provide understanding so we can develop self-cleaning windows because of their microsurface structures. But they also provide beauty, inspiration, poetry, art. But what I really wanted to get across this morning before we go on through the day in your deliberations is really those values, they're called ecosystem services, that are harder to see. So in a way, they're harder to comprehend. And what we do know from science is that rich, biodiverse ecosystems, they keep water within them. They recycle all of those nutrients within them. And the problem is when you lose those valuable nutrients and they go into the waterways, we saw in our last session, that when nutrients move from one place to the place where they shouldn't be, like the rivers, this causes problems. And then the final really important value of the many I could think of, pollination, pollinating our crops, producing fruits and seeds, is that we know from science that biodiverse ecosystems store more carbon. And in actual fact, of all the carbon that humans have put into the atmosphere, 1/3 is held within ecosystems on land, 1/3 is held within ecosystems in the ocean. We would be a much hotter world if it wasn't for what those biodiverse systems are doing for us. So in a way, if we restore and protect our biodiversity in Ireland, it is a win-win, not only for everything that biodiversity brings us, it's also a win for climate, not just here, but actually globally. So to conclude, looking at this wonderful piece of art, searching for a remedy, we do not want to lose a remedy for human ailments and human illnesses that we haven't even had chance to discover if we let things go extinct, if we let biodiversity loss to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and what a beautiful piece to speak to as you were talking about that. Thank you sincerely. Now, I don't envy our speakers coming up after that because we're kind of jumping a little bit in our focus and a little bit in our tone. But as we were saying, we've been dealing with a lot of sectors. So we've been, looking at freshwater, marine, coastal, urban, agriculture, peatlands, forestry, all of those, and also with that, we had elements alongside it that we also have to speak about, and industry being a hugely important one of those. So to begin this section on industry, we're delighted that we have Lucy Gaffney, who is leading the development of Ireland's new business and biodiversity platform with support from Natural Capital Ireland. So Lucy is an entrepreneur and she's a bioscientist. She ran a clinical laboratory business for 12 years and worked in corporate biosciences for 4 years. And she's now with Business for Biodiversity, which was established earlier this year. And hopefully the work that they do will help businesses to develop meaningful biodiversity strategies. So please give a very warm welcome to Lucy Gaffney.
Good morning, Ireland. It's great to be here. I know it's a bit of a cliche to say that it's a privilege, but it genuinely is. I'm delighted to be here. So I want to kind of go over a few things just to kind of set the scene here for us in terms of bridging the gap between ecology and economy, which is so important. So, I'll be using the term nature quite a lot, even though, you know, they're kind of interchangeable terms. Nature refers to not just the living elements, but also the non-living elements. So our soils, our sands, our mountains, our oceans, and obviously biodiversity then is the living side of that. So you all know very well at this point what it is. So I'll skip on to the next slide. I think it's a mistake to talk about biodiversity loss and not talk about climate change at the same time, because businesses are more active around climate change, but they're one and the same issue. And climate change is here, there's no avoiding it. We're in the middle of it now. And we're in a mode of adapting and mitigating to the impacts of climate change. And nature is our greatest ally. And she has all the tools in her tool belt that we need to deal with these impacts. But we're systematically destroying her ability to provide for us and to protect us from these impacts. Biodiversity loss is, it decreases our resilience to these impacts of climate change, and climate change is a massive driver. So you can see that interplay between biodiversity loss and climate change, and they have to be talked about together, and they have to be dealt with simultaneously. So in terms of this presentation, I really want to draw your attention to two terms: impacts and dependencies. Business impacts, this will be a concept that you've already been introduced to. The drivers of biodiversity loss, I know there was social media about it this week, dealing with each of these individually. And we need to look at how these drivers of biodiversity loss, how industry puts additional pressures on those drivers, significant pressures, key pressures that amplify the effects. Pollution, you know, solid, liquid, waste pollution, all of the stuff that goes to landfill. Invasive species, either introduced on purpose through, you know, ornamental plants, or by accident through our globalized market and the movement of goods across the planet. Ecosystem conversion, how we change the way we use our land and strip away the wildness. Climate change, we know how that affects biodiversity now. We know that we've lost 50% of the Great Barrier Reef because of ocean acidification and warming, and we know about the forest fires. And the exploitation, or rather the over-exploitation of our natural resources. And industry is a massive driver of all of this because it's such a demand for stuff. And now dependencies. So this is about nature's contribution to people, as we have heard, I think, a few times now. And this is a really nice visual if you haven't seen it before. It kind of lists all of our ecosystem services and categorizes them into different sections. So the provisioning element, so all the stuff we get from nature, food and raw materials, all the way through those ecosystem services like pollination and recycling and you know, the tourism side of things. So you can see them there. And this nice quote from Business for Nature talks about what is the business case for investing in nature? Why should we invest in nature? Because it fundamentally underpins everything, our prosperity, our well-being. We derive economic value from nature. That's where wealth has come from. And again, nature increases our resilience to climate change. So the real message here is that we live in a connected world and a connected global economy. And every single piece of that economy is underpinned by nature. We have extracted, harvested, and stripped away all of nature's assets, and we have created immense value from that. From each part of the value chain all the way to the top of these companies that have so much wealth. And it doesn't get cycled back into the original place from which they derive the value. In fact, there's a study that's as yet unpublished that was done by EU Commission's DG Research and the European Investment Bank that assessed access to finance for nature-based solutions and nature restoration and found that 92% of finance is coming from public money. So that private sector funding is not being mobilised towards nature restoration, and that is something that needs to change. So I'm working on the platform, the Business and Biodiversity Ireland platform, and what we're trying to do is to encourage and incentivise Irish businesses to assess those impacts. Understand your impacts, understand the direct impact that you're having on nature through either your own operations or those through your value chain for which you're creating a demand for. Understand your dependencies, because that translates to risk. And mobilise funding towards the restoration of nature. This is one of the objectives of the previous National Biodiversity Action Plan. And our overall mission is to empower Irish businesses to bring nature into their decision making at every level. Not just your sustainability team, but your procurement team, your finance team. Everybody needs to have nature woven into your thought process and your decision making, and that's the aim. Now, traditionally, I think you'll be familiar with a lot of this in terms of business actions. And we hear a lot about wildflower meadows and bug hotels and beehives on the roof. That's not what we're talking about here. The conversation has moved on from these kinds of actions. And the next graphic comes from the science-based targets for nature. And if you want to think about it like a food pyramid, the vegetables there are at the bottom. Avoidance of harm. That is the first thing that we need to do. There's no point in destroying nature over here and restoring it over there. That's not nature positive. That is still, at best, nature neutral. So we want businesses to know, how are you harming the environment? What ecological damage are you causing through your activities or those activities in your value chain? And how can you avoid it? How can you pivot away from it or transition away from it? And then, if you can't completely eliminate it, try and reduce it. And then the chocolate part of the food pyramid is what we're more used to seeing, what companies tend to talk about, is the nature restoration and regeneration. And it is incredibly important, but it's not the first thing you should be doing. So we talk about this term nature positive. We talk about this in terms of it's the net zero equivalent for biodiversity. So this is what companies are striving to become, or what we want them, what we need them to become, is nature positive. And what does that mean? Well, it's essentially your actions and activities, both directly and indirectly through your value chain, because that's so important. Most of the damage is happening in the value chain. And redirecting all your financial, not all, but a lot of your financial resources towards investing in restoration and protection. Because without that, we don't have the rest of the value chain and all the value that we created on the wealth and the prosperity without the fundamental ingredients that nature provides us. So how do we do this? This is the big question. This is us at the bottom of the mountain trying to figure out our way up. Business for Nature is a global organisation that have developed this methodology, and it's actually a culmination of a number of different methodologies that all kind of follow the same logic, and it's this: assess, commit, transform, and you'll notice that the first letters of those words spell ACT. Assessment of your impacts and dependencies. Full understanding of those impacts and dependencies. And knowing where the risks are. And you can't develop a meaningful biodiversity strategy without knowing that information. Understanding materiality, what's important and meaningful to your business. Knowing about your value chain. It's difficult, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. So ask those questions, inquire. What's happening in your value chain? And where are you investing your money, your pensions? That's a really basic question to ask, and you can find out so much information by just inquiring where your money's invested. Then commitments through using something like the science-based targets, data-driven, measurable. They're things that are difficult in biodiversity, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. We need more businesses to try so we can generate a wealth of information to use and share. And then the transformation of your business model, the evolution of your business model towards nature positive, redesigning your products for circularity, for a circular economy, reducing the waste, zero waste to landfill, zero deforestation. If you're using palm oil is in everything. Stock cubes, lipstick, it's everywhere. And if it doesn't say that it was responsibly sourced on the packaging, it means that it was irresponsibly sourced, which means some part of the rainforest was cut down to make way for those palm trees. So in the platform, we are trying to accelerate action in Ireland. So over the past year, we have done a lot of bilaterals with business. We've had some workshops with various stakeholders to understand what are the needs, what are the challenges. And education and awareness is a massive part of that. Businesses just don't really know what to do. So that is part of our remit, is to bridge that gap, to help educate business. And it's difficult. I know, I've run an SME. This would have been like low on my list of priorities, and I love nature. But you leave it at the door when you're firefighting, and SMEs are 98% of our economy. And yet, it will be difficult for us to empower them to take action without appropriate regulation, and appropriate support, and appropriate education for them. We're looking at creating a rating or a scoring system. That sounds great, but it's very complex. And we need to understand how we can do that well, so we can score businesses based on how they are dealing with their pressures that they're putting on those drivers to biodiversity loss. And then we're looking to create a portfolio of investment-ready nature restoration projects, because there's businesses out there that have money, but they don't know what to do with it. So we want to make that movement of private funding easier and funnel it into investment-ready projects, and bring different sections of the community together, so community groups and NGOs, and have people working together, because that's actually a really key part of getting out of this mess, is not doing it in isolation or in separation or in silos, is coming together and leaving competition at the door. So we're going to COP15, which is great, and we're really looking forward to it. It's the royal we, it's just me really. But Minister Malcolm Noonan will be there, and I'll be really engaged in the business forum there and trying to understand what's next for business and biodiversity and bring that back to Ireland and inject it into our platform. But one of the things, and it's a video that I hope will work in a moment, that the business community and the NGOs that are working in this space are hoping is this mandatory disclosure of nature-related risks from business, so that they tell us what their impacts are and what their dependencies are. And they tell us what they're doing about it. Because we as consumers create demand, and that demand creates markets and economies. And we need to make better choices, right? But we don't have the information to make better choices, to drive a more sustainable market and more sustainable products, more nature-positive products. So businesses need to make that information available to us. So I will hopefully be able to share this video just to give you a little flavour of hopefully what will come out of COP15. It might not work. Try it again. End of slideshow. It's only a short one, but it's good to
see if we can get it going. I'm afraid not.
No.
No.
But it basically just talks about all of these big multinationals that are coming together and demanding regulation. And they just want to be told what to do. They want guidelines. And it's a big campaign for governments around the world to make mandatory assessment and disclosure a responsibility of business. So I'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lucy. And we can put the link to that up onto the members area, Lucy, so we can take a look at that later on. Okay, thank you very much.
Lucy, for starting us on our industry session, and there's already a lot of food for thought there. I'd like to now introduce our first speaker from our Voices from Industry section, and it's Stephen Nolan, who works at the United Nations Development Programme, where he's Managing Director of the Sustainable Finance Hub and Head of Secretariat for 3 Sustainable Finance Networks. Before this, he was Director of Sustainable Finance Ireland, which is a national platform working to advance the sustainable finance agenda. And actually, just before we give Stephen a round of applause, I just want to actually mention COP15. We're not going to hear about COP15 as much as we did COP27, because COP15 is focused only on biodiversity, and it's happening in Montreal in Canada. But it's just interesting already that, you know, the whole world's talking about the climate change. No one is really yet talking about biodiversity, and, you know, it's as arguably as, if not more important than the climate change. So just wanted to refer to Lucy's talk on that. So now, please give a very warm welcome to Stephen Nolan.
Good morning. I think it's tough following Lucy, and then obviously before that the professor. But thank you very much for having me here today. And if I can echo Lucy, and similar to her, genuinely, it's absolutely fantastic and very proud as an Irish person to be here with you today, and also to recognise, as was mentioned by the chair, that this is the first of its kind globally. And it's great to be able to stand up and be part of you, with you here today, and then obviously in my global work to utilise this as an example around the world when we look at the whole area of biodiversity and biodiversity finance. As the chair mentioned, I'm in the UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme. It's the largest UN agency. We have 17,000 staff. We're in 140 offices around the world, covering 160 countries. Obviously, the key word within the UNDP is development. We deal with some of the most tragic humanitarian issues around the world. And so why are we looking at the area of finance? Because finance is in the West. And so we need to work with financial centres and regulators and everybody here to try and unlock capital, not just for OECD countries, but for emerging and developing economies as well. Because like climate, biodiversity is a global challenge, and so we need to work the West on that. In terms of, very quickly, I was going to start with what is sustainable finance and a call to action. You guys have obviously been doing this, as the chair said, this is the last week, so you've been doing this for a while, so you know the whole area of sustainability and the finance of that. Ireland has been doing a lot under the leadership of Minister Paschal Donohoe in this area of sustainable finance. There is a government policy called the Ireland for Finance Strategy, which looks at the whole area of the IFSC in particular. And last year, as part of that, Action 1 was the development of Ireland's first national sustainable finance roadmap. And that's got 18 actions, not as many as your 150, but 18 actions across 5 pillars. And those pillars, to promote and position Ireland as a leader in sustainable finance, are focused on developing talent, industry readiness, leveraging digital, the enabling regulatory environment, and obviously promoting Ireland in this space. Action 1 of that roadmap, which goes live in January, is the establishment of a Sustainable Finance Centre of Excellence here in Ireland, which will support industry, policymakers, regulators, and the trade bodies to support their movement in the whole area of sustainable finance. So maintaining access to capital, ensuring effective allocation of capital, and then obviously, crucially, maintaining resilience of the financial system. So the reason why I wanted to start with the sustainable finance piece is I've been at this for over a decade now. You know, when I first started, I had a little bit of hair, but it's been a long slog. And what we've kind of seen in the initial phases around the whole, what was green finance was, well, that's corporate social responsibility. Now what we're actually seeing in sustainable finance, as the chair just mentioned in COP27, which was at the last few weeks, and see our colleague as well was also there who I met, a big part of COP27 was all about finance. How are we financing this? And COP27 was more so to move beyond the intent into implementation. And whether you like it or not, that requires capital. And I said, where's that capital? And so we need to work with those centres on this. Biodiversity finance, in the last 18 months, 24 months, when I mentioned it, it was a blank stare. Most people are like, well, what is it? In the last 18 months, it's really picked up pace in terms of it as an agenda. And actually, as I said to some colleagues last week, I deal with CEOs of major financial institutions around the world on a daily basis. And I sometimes feel like an amateur therapist. They're ringing me and saying, these are very well paid people and good staff teams, very bright and very intelligent going. We're only now getting on top of the climate agenda. What's this biodiversity nature thing you're now talking to me about? And I think what Lucy's presentation was really excellent was in terms of informing why they need to be on top of this as an agenda. So if you look at the whole area of biodiversity finance, latest figures point to, in terms of meeting some of the challenges that you guys are facing and want to overcome on a global level, $700 billion per annum between now and 2030 is required to bridge the biodiversity financing gap. That's only 1% of global GDP per annum. So it's a huge figure when you say it, but at a global level, it's 1% of GDP globally. It was a niche topic until recently. A lot of philanthropists and foundations were invested in it. I think what Lucy said, the EIB report, 92% of biodiversity finance action has been financed by the public sector. So we need to see that change because, like climate, the public sector, and I mean the US, I mean China, I mean the UK, I mean Europe and Ireland, the public sector cannot finance its way out of this alone. So we need to crowd in private capital. Actors involved in biodiversity finance today, financial capital markets, central banks, financial supervisors, institutional investors, rating agencies, norm setters and data players. What is the emergent role? It's seen as a key plank of the solution architecture, a lot of what you guys are talking about the last number of weeks. Risk if not taken. Again, you probably heard this stat, but the World Economic Forum estimates that $44 trillion of global output is at risk due to the decline in the world's ecosystems. However, a lot of it's doom and gloom and risk. If you flip it, what is the opportunity if you get on top of this? And again, the WEF estimates an opportunity worth 10 trillion that could provide 395 million jobs globally. I've got 2 young boys. Part of the thing that I worry about for them is where are the jobs they're going to get in the future? And those jobs are going to be around the transition from a climate transition and the biodiversity transition. Implications, all GDP is based on nature services. We've heard that from Lucy. So I just wanted to kind of give that slide just as a sense before I come to a close. But then in terms of biodiversity finance, what do we mean or what are they? They're tailored finance solutions that will help the transition. Lucy mentioned a nature positive. We don't want to go to nature neutral. We want to flip to nature positive. We need to get there. The things like grants, debt, equity, fiscal, market activities, regulatory, and risk management. And one of the key things, again, go back to Lucy's point, wow, 92% of what we're funding right now, or the financing for this, is public. We need to get that down to around 10% to meet that 700 billion. So in terms of just the 2 final points as we come to this, and I saw what Lucy was saying as well, but for me, what's going to be a massive driver is the regulatory agenda. The central banks and supervisors are now getting on top of this agenda. One of the key things that the NGFS, which the Irish Central Bank of Ireland is a member of, as 111 central banks came out recently and said, nature-related financial risks should be considered by central banks and supervisors for the fulfillment of their mandate. So what Lucy's saying is really important, but if you're a regulated financial entity and the regulator is now saying to you, we're looking at this from a risk perspective, you're going to have your compliance people, your board are all going to be looking at it. And the final point, because I can see this red light has gone on here, what is Ireland doing in the Sustainable Finance Roadmap? Action 8, conduct analysis of the risks and opportunities for the biodiversity finance agenda. We've just gone out, we've commissioned a consultancy firm, and before Christmas, the government will be getting a report to say, Ireland's financial service ecosystem can do the following in biodiversity finance. That will lead to the establishment of a working group, and hopefully, going back to that 700 billion, Ireland can become a leader in biodiversity in the coming years, and new finance products and services out of Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and I can see that we're going to have a lot of questions if my conversations with members have been anything to go by. So Deirdre, yes, please do welcome up Deirdre to the podium, and she's Director of the Origin Green Programme at Bord Bia, the Irish state agency that promotes the sale of Irish food. Prior to her appointment in 2020, she was Head of Corporate Social Responsibility for Lidl, Ireland and Northern Ireland. So please give Deirdre Ryan a very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, and it's an absolute privilege to be here today, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions afterwards. So I was asked to just give an overview of how Bord Bia are addressing the sustainability agenda with a specific focus on biodiversity. So for those who don't know, Bord Bia is the Irish state agency responsible for marketing Irish food and drink abroad, and we export over 13 billion of Irish food abroad. 90% of what we produce here in Ireland is exported to over 180 countries around the world, and creates an enormous amount of jobs here in Ireland in a really important sector, but also a sector that is very dependent on our ecosystem and has a huge impact as well from an emissions and biodiversity perspective, how we farm and how we produce our food. So it's important, particularly for this sector, that we really focus on sustainability. 10 years ago, this is something that we realised in Board Bia, and which is why we developed the Origin Green programme to power and improve the sustainability of Ireland's food, drink and horticulture sector. So how we do that is we collaborate with 55,000 farmers through our farm assessments, and work with 300 food and drink companies to establish 5-year sustainability plans across all those areas that you see of sustainability, from energy, emissions, water, traceability, animal welfare, and social sustainability. So sustainability is a very broad topic across environmental and social, but also biodiversity is a really important focus area for us. And why it is an important focus area, I don't think I need to, I'm preaching to the converted in terms of the impacts on biodiversity. 30% of Ireland's European protected species are at risk. 1/3 of the 98 wild species in Ireland are close to extinction. And 60% of birds commonly occurring are on the red and amber list. And sorry, the animations or the graphics have gone a bit funny there, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. But also, it's important to note that this is a global challenge. 1 million species globally are at risk of extinction. And, you know, for us, it's important to focus on those co-benefits. I talked about how sustainability is a broad area, but it's all very interconnected. So Lucy mentioned the importance of climate and biodiversity and how they interconnect. So there's co-benefits to us focusing on biodiversity from a climate perspective, from improved water and soil quality, from an economic perspective, which is also very important from a farmer income perspective, and farmer welfare, and all our own welfare and well-being in the spaces that we live and connect in. So what we're doing to drive engagement around biodiversity particularly, when we work with those 300 food and drink companies, we ask them to set sustainability targets around raw material sourcing, which is where their products come from, their packaging, how they source in the supply chain, what they ask their farmer members to do in the supply chain, how they source their palm oil. We ask them to look at palm oil, soy sourcing, and all these areas that they set targets in that are material for their business. So it has to be a topic they analyse and they understand that there's an impact that they're having on the environment, and they set a target area around it. Then they look at emissions, biodiversity and social sustainability, and they develop a 5-year plan which we assess independently with an environmental agency who will ensure that they're on track to meet those changes. But also on farm level, when we go out and we do our assessments on farm, we work with partners, biodiversity partners, to look at sustainability assessments on farms. So we carbon footprint all those 55,000 farms, and we give feedback to farmer members in collaboration with Teagasc and ICBF, which are partner state agencies, to give hints and tips to farmers around their GHG emissions, nutrient management, which has a huge impact, their grassland management, around fertiliser. All these topic areas have an impact on carbon, but also on the biodiversity. We give them feedback reports that focus on those tips and areas, but also compare them to other farmers that are in the local area, and where they compare in terms of probably more from a carbon perspective, and point to things like multi-species swards, which are very nitrogen fixers and support less nitrogen use on that particular farm. Another area that we're focusing on, and I guess the rationale behind it, we do a lot of research on from our farmer members, and they're confused a little bit around, you know, what I need to do, give me more guidance, supports. We understand the topic, but they're looking for more support. So that's primarily the responsibility of Teagasc, who are a knowledge research agency, but we can also provide tools and supports to our members in the form of e-learning around biodiversity, soil health, water quality, and we partner with other state agencies who have expertise in this particular area. We also try to signpost and highlight best practice initiatives, so we sponsor the Farming for Nature Awards. And the Farming for Nature Awards, every year there's about 20 farmers who are doing just fantastic nature positive work on their farms, and bringing them together and doing farm walks and sharing and showcasing what they're doing and the benefits it's had, and collaborate on projects such as the Bride projects. But I guess scaling these is going to be the challenge that we're all, you know, that's in front of all of us. So they're great pockets of improvement and best practice, and I think The challenge and the opportunity is around scaling those. So then when we move on to our 300 company members that we asked to set sustainability targets and initiatives, we have 81 of those 300 companies who really focused in on biodiversity. And they've set about 111 targets around biodiversity. And to achieve those targets, have over 500 initiatives in place. And we also have a biodiversity officer who is there to support them along that journey, and guidance and webinars and so on. But I guess just to finish up, I think one of the key takeaways that I'd just like to share is the importance of collaboration, both domestically and internationally, to achieve these objectives. We do partner with a lot of other external agencies like Farming for Nature, Biodiversity Ireland, and the National Biodiversity Data Centre in Teagasc, but I guess given the scale of the challenge that's ahead of us, that's just going to be more and more important from a national and an international perspective, which is why the COP15 is going to be a really welcomed opportunity for those engagements. So I've got a red light flashing here in front of me, so I will close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Now, I'm delighted to welcome Shane Dineen, who is Environment and Planning Manager at Fáilte Ireland. He's responsible for Fáilte Ireland's role as a prescribed body in the planning process, providing planning and environmental expertise and promoting responsible tourism. So please welcome Shane Dineen.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you and to address the Assembly. Tourism in Ireland is intrinsically linked to biodiversity and nature. Fáilte Ireland is the National Tourism Development Authority, has a key role to play in addressing biodiversity loss and in turn climate change. For over a decade, we have used the internationally recognised VICE model for sustainable tourism development, and that really focuses on the interaction between our visitors, our industry that serves them, the communities that host them, and the environment where it all takes place. And again, that approach very much aligns with the UN World Tourism Organization's definition of sustainable tourism that has, I suppose, really come to the fore in recent years. And we feel it reflects the organic relationship that tourism has in Ireland, and that relationship between the communities where we work and the natural and built environment that makes our tourism products so unique here. But moving forward, when we look at those four elements across the VICE, we really do need to focus more on the C and D in the coming years, the community and the environment. Indeed, as has been mentioned here previously this morning, it's no longer acceptable for tourism in particular, I suppose, to have, we can't have minimal impacts or do no harm. Tourism must be a positive for communities and for nature in Ireland. And it's our aim to work with our partners to create a regenerative approach to tourism development. Success is no longer measured in visitor numbers. While economic measures are still important, there is a focus on value over volume. And of equal importance are measures such as quality of life, community sentiment towards tourism, and tourism that contributes to the preservation and enhancement of Ireland's natural environment. When we look at nature and tourism, again, the tourism sector here relies heavily on the beauty of nature and the vital ecosystem services it provides. We're well aware, conversely, that tourism can and does contribute to pressures on infrastructural capacity, such as drinking water, wastewater, waste and transport systems, and also increased visitor numbers can also lead to loss of habitat and disturbance. And we know from our research that amongst the most important reasons for visitors choosing Ireland as their holiday destination is because of our beautiful scenery, our good range of natural attractions and the natural environment. And you can see that here, that it scores highly on our visitor attitude surveys every year, and the dark green. And also the lighter green shows that that's the visitors' satisfaction level with those indicators. So we're cognizant that they're quite high, but we need to maintain them. And in recent years, there's been increased interest and appreciation for the outdoors. And I suppose people are looking to get more active in nature, and we've certainly seen a rise in that during the pandemic. I suppose key elements of our work, I suppose the protection, enhancement and promotion of our most important tourism asset, the natural environment, is an integral part of Fáilte Ireland's work. And I suppose this is evidenced by we undertake environmental assessments of all our tourism plans and projects and undertake the associated SEA monitoring that goes with that. Environmental considerations are integrated into promotional and marketing campaigns. We work with a number of partners and site operators on visitor management plans and master plans for key tourism sites. And we're a proud sponsor of An Taisce's Clean Coast programme and a core member of Leave No Trace Ireland, and we work closely with those two bodies. I just want to highlight in a little more detail particular areas of focus for us. We have a national tourism monitoring programme which builds on the success of the Wild Atlantic Way programme that ran from 2015 to 2019. This programme currently monitors 19 sites across our 4 experienced regional brands, and the sites in the programme are quite diverse, ranging from inland forest parks to coastal sites to privately owned attractions and diverse urban locations, and you'll see that Malahide is actually one of the areas where we do monitoring. I suppose the purpose of this, it allows us to gain more insight from an environmental perspective as to what is happening at a variety of sites where we encourage visitors to frequent. It allows us to gather information on visitor behaviour, their movements, path and trail conditions, and also we undertake surveys for bird and flora and fauna for each site over a course of 5 years. So then we have that longitudinal data that we can see and observe trends across the sites. It also allows us to note good and bad practice at various sites and to make recommendations where appropriate for site management, which is intended to have sustainable business or sustainable benefits for the site, the visitor and the natural environment. Here is just a snapshot of some of the data that is collected at a site. This is Doonloughlin in Connemara in Galway, and unfortunately I suppose we have to say it's the site that's under pressure from tourism activity, from such things as parking, camping and trampling, and it's having an impact on the MacAir systems here. So measures are needed to address poor visitor behaviour and to improve visitor management practices, and we will be working with site managers and landowners to come up with solutions here. I suppose guidance has been mentioned previously by Deirdre, and so it's acknowledged that Fáilte Ireland, we don't own any tourism assets, or we're not a developer, so we very much work in partnership with our strategic partners, local authorities and others. And in order to achieve funding for land use projects and other infrastructural development works from Fáilte Ireland, our stakeholders are required to demonstrate compliance and best practice with measures relating to sustainable development and environmental protection. In recent years, we have developed a suite of practical guidelines, from visitor management to site maintenance guidelines to Greenway and Blueway development toolkits to drive a best-in-class approach to tourism development. We are proud to be a partner on 2 eLife projects, Wide Atlantic Nature, working with farmers and local communities and landowners to add value to the wide range of services provided from our SACs and the network of blanket bogs in the North and West, and also on the Life on MacAir project across Galway, Mayo and Donegal, which we're looking at 9 MacAir sites, and we will be addressing the issues previously highlighted at Doonloughlin under this project to, I suppose, create our MacAir systems, to integrate the culture and the fabric of the tourism offering that these habitats can bring. And obviously now with Scotland leaving the EU, these are the last remaining MacAir sites within the European Union. So what we're doing for industry, I suppose at Fáilte Ireland we're calling out driving climate action as a strategic priority for us and helping our tourism and hospitality businesses contribute to targets set out for industry in the Climate Action Plan. And we've recently developed and launched to industry 8 climate action business guides tailored for tourism sector to make practical, I suppose, changes and enhancements to reduce their carbon footprint. Areas such as energy efficiency, better water and food management systems, and also a dedicated biodiversity guide for businesses to support and enhance biodiversity. And these guides are backed up by a suite of resources and supports from our enterprise development team, such as carbon calculators, case studies and capacity building. And finally, just to finish, as the light's gone red, taking action requires collaboration and joined-up thinking between government departments and state agencies and other organisations, and we are working closely with our own colleagues in our parent department, the Department of Tourism, and it is timely that work has commenced on a new national sustainable tourism policy, which must align and support the implementation of the 4th National Biodiversity Plan and the forthcoming recommendations of this Assembly. And just to finish, I suppose, like all sectors of the economy, tourism must play its part, and we feel is in a unique position to contribute to the reversal of biodiversity loss and support the 30 by 30 targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shane. And now I'm delighted to welcome Ian Talbot, who's Chief Executive of Chambers Ireland, and he's Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce Ireland. And prior to these appointments, Ian held positions as a Director of Citigroup and JP Morgan Chase. And to counter all of the people that we've had coming from far and wide, from across Donegal, Kerry, etc., Ian lives apparently just over the wall. So a very short commute for Ian here this morning, but give him a very warm welcome nonetheless.
Thank you, and I think that's why I was the last to get here. I was just living too close. And also, I don't know whether it's good or bad, but the story of the land behind you, on the hill behind you, that was a 9-hole golf course. And in the 1960s, the members were offered the opportunity to buy a tract of land further along the coast to turn it into an 18-hole golf course. And the members in the 1960s decided Malahide was never going to be big enough to need an 18-hole golf course, so they let the land go. Stephen's parents' house was built on that land, and then in the 1980s they realised they didn't need an 18-hole golf course. They've moved up the back into a flood area, and this was sold for housing, and it's just amazing views and fantastic, addition to biodiversity, and it's gone. So actions have consequences. Some of the context when I was preparing for this, headlined the Irish Times earlier this week, almost a quarter of measures in the Climate Action Plan are delayed. We just need to get better at implementation of things as well. We can walk away from fabulous events like this with lots of recommendations. If we don't start actioning them and delivering them as well, it's useless too. So implementation is critical to this as well. I want to tell you briefly a little bit about our network. We have 38 affiliated chambers with over 10,000 members around the country, including Northern Ireland. And we're also a global organisation, the International Chamber of Commerce, which actually has observer status at the United Nations, which it achieved in 2015 on the basis of its willingness to ensure that the Sustainable Development Goals were rolled out across business. A little bit about our sectoral business. I don't necessarily expect you to be able to read this, but just to give you a sense that our organisation is geographic. And while we do keep an eye on the sectoral representation, what we do is geographic. We're dealing with geographic issues, but of course many of the issues that are caused that impact biodiversity, for example, are heavily weighted towards certain sectors, some sectors more than others. And this is again the challenge on how to coordinate actions to make sure you're hitting the right places with the right things, the right people, the right engagement can be very, very difficult. So that's, as you can see, there's no particular sector we're strong in because we're geographic. We have a little bit of everything. This is actually the last slide. These are just a couple of things I'm going to talk about now so you can focus more on me rather than the screen. We're very strong. I mentioned already the Sustainable Development Goals. We use them as a framework. We picked 5 in particular ourselves, including things like sustainable cities and communities and making progress in climate action to focus on. We couldn't focus on all 17. We also encouraged our chambers and their members around the country to get engaged as well. As an organisation, we're founded 99 years ago. Some of our member chambers have been active since the 18th century. And that, connected with our global connections as well, enable us as an organisation to take a longer term perspective, and instead of to be looking at the next 5 years, to be actually looking at the next 100 years or even into perpetuity for how we make the economy strong. And actions have consequences, and often unintended, but what's the right mix is really key. Things like our vital water supplies are dependent on improving the health of our land. The more our water quality disimproves, the more costly it'll be to supply drinking water, and the more difficult it'll be to mitigate the impact of droughts. One of the challenges of speaking last, of course, is that so many people have covered things you were going to say anyway, brought up new topics. You're tearing up bits you wrote and adding bits in, so they're grappling with handwritten scribbles here as well. Narrowing our land use means that our land has become less effective at retaining water. More agricultural runoff threatens the viability of water tourism opportunities. It's like one of those crocodile head games in an arcade. You hit one and another one bounces up over here, and you can just keep hitting, other ones keep bouncing up. So it's a real challenge for what you focus on and how. Significant increased investment in capital infrastructure, which is we think good, but significantly impacts the likelihood of flooding events. And we've also seen things like flood defences. They're frequently reliant on over-engineered solutions that can degrade the built heritage of our towns, can debase their tourism value, and often just push the water further downstream and create problems elsewhere. We also saw in Britain this summer I suppose, it's likely the wind fires or the wildfires they had over there were extraordinary, the amount of loss they had, and that's going to start to happen here too. Resinous monocrop pine plantations on dry peat soils are likely to be especially vulnerable to fires and will therefore be significant emitters of greenhouse gases. We've also coupled large electricity generation and transmission capacity with Sitka spruce plantations, which I understand is a real threat as well. So, things that people do in very good intentions don't necessarily work out terribly well. Lucy brought up the point about small businesses and large businesses. 98% of our economy is small businesses. The large businesses have plenty of money. The small businesses, there's an awful lot of them, and they're very focused on what they do, and how you link them together, get them engaged, is really, really critical. We created a Sustainable Development Goals Toolkit for our businesses. Some of our chambers in other countries are now converting it into their own languages, for example. So it's great to see us, both in business and through things like this, being market leaders in this space. We're working with SkillNet Ireland. I think, Stephen, you're working with SkillNet Ireland as well. And we created a Climate Ready Academy that's working on not just climate engagement, but also on the just transition. We organise Sustainable Business Impact Awards. It's peer learning. I've photographs of Deirdre and myself on stage from her Lidl days winning awards. And it's not about the awards, it's about, I say, the peer learning is just as critical, seeing success and enabling other people to learn from that success. But businesses need a starting point. Lack of time, significant costs, overly complex guidance and uncertainty about quantifying emissions are barriers to SMEs taking positive action. Empowering them further, helping them to understand how their actions fit into the bigger picture is vital. Businesses understand the urgency, they need help and encouragement to understand where and how their actions can fit in. COP27, we talked about wealthy countries. Action was taken. We also need wealthy businesses and we need wealthy people to take action as well. I was speaking yesterday at an EU consumer dialogue, and there was a big discussion about the lethargy in Ireland over the last few years about swapping energy supplier. Just a simple enough thing to do, and you could save up to 40% on your energy costs in the past. Hundreds of thousands of people didn't bother doing it. And the speculation, the reason I bring it up, the speculation was, is that same lethargy going to come in as well? That stuff that's really easy to do now, such as, you know, a little bit of attic insulation, for example, is that lethargy going to continue? How do we get people and business as well out of a lethargy and encourage them? Stick, carrot, regulation. Regulation is great. We'd love to see compliance with the regulation rather than enforcement. A few things to think about. Red flashing light here. I'm colourblind. It's flashing, so I think that means it's relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much. Now, we're running 15 minutes behind time, which isn't in the norm of things, but that's where we are. But I still think we need some discussion on this before we go to our Q&A. I'm going to propose 15 minutes of discussion where the speakers can still come around and then have our Q&A. Is that agreeable to everybody? Okay, thank you. And I think there's a lot of food for thought there, so do feel free to call the speakers to your table and feel free to, again, ask the same question if you feel the room should require it. So I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Okay, 10:15. So it's 10:40.
Okay. If we can get our speakers back, thank you. Thanks, Lucy. It's a good sign that there's a lot of chat happening. Now, I don't have a mechanism to see your questions in front of me right now, so I would like to throw to the floor for questions to our speakers, please. And do we have the microphones? We do. Great. Would anyone like to start off our first Q&A of today? Yeah. We've got it there. Caroline will come over to you. Louise.
Hi, my name is Donna. So I was just wondering, if we introduce regulations that biodiversity considerations must be a part of a business's or a company's business model, I'm just wondering, how do we make sure that it's not overly onerous on the business and as a result discourage the development of new businesses?
Great question, Donna. So if we were to bring in something in regulation for a business, so Lucy, I might throw that to you first, and then maybe Ian.
Donna, that's a really great question, and I think all of our SMEs will be wondering, like, we don't want to overburden them. You know, this, whatever we decide to do or whatever mechanisms we bring in terms of regulation have to be simple. You know, and that's a word that we don't often associate with biodiversity. It is inherently complex, but we don't have all the answers yet, but we need to start thinking about how we can bring in some level and even start simply and build granularity into it over time as the whole regulation landscape matures. There are no other countries that have regulations in place around biodiversity. So, but you know, we're so well placed as a country. We're so small and agile, and there's so much innovation here that it's a really great place to trial out these kind of ideas. But to your point, it can't be too onerous for business. So we need to figure out what that balance is. And yeah, that will require a bit of discussion, I think.
Thanks, Lucy. And I know we've got a couple of, so I'll go to Ian and then I'll come to you, Deirdre.
Hi, I think the important thing as well is how we can encourage voluntary compliance with stuff as well. And, you know, bad law doesn't lead to good outcomes, for example. It occurs to me that an area that we might start to encourage compliance is around areas such as procurement. So we start to build into procurement processes, particularly driven by government procurement, and government obviously the biggest buyer in the country, but to start to attach some sort of significance in procurement decisions to biodiversity. I think things like that would be a good way of starting and getting people thinking about it. This is a long road. But the sooner we can get people thinking about it more, starting to act on it more, the better. And it's always better if people sort of, you bring them willingly rather than, you know, forcing them down the road as well. But it's a great question, and it's so broad, and biodiversity impacts are so different for so many different businesses. Those 98% of SMEs, they all have a different impact on biodiversity, some more significant than others. But a lot of them don't know what that impact is either.
Okay. Thank you, Ian. Deirdre?
Thanks. I know we're stuck for time, so I'll just come in briefly. And I think just in relation to that, I think the importance of it needs to be proportionate. So smaller companies can vis-a-vis bigger companies. And it's something in the Origin Green programme that we discovered that, you know, we ask SMEs to set 4 sustainability targets. We ask bigger companies to set 8. And that's something we had to learn over the years, and we didn't do at the start. So that's a learning for us. So it has to be proportional, it has to be material. So we need to focus on where the impacts are, which is something that Lucy really talked about. And then finally, I think recognition. So reporting is a huge challenge for businesses around the sustainability space. So recognition of different reporting schemes and mechanisms so that they're not duplicating is also an important element to that as well.
Okay, thanks, Deirdre. And Stephen, you wanted to come in as well?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just 2 things. One, Ian was mentioning that I grew up down the road. The last time I was in this room was actually 27 years ago for my Debs. I had a full head of hair, skinny as can be, and tables 6 and 10, I was cutting up a rug over there. That was the dance floor. But look, that's just bringing back memories that I can remember of the night. The second thing, just building on what my colleagues said on the compliance of voluntary, you know, it's not very sexy, but the key thing here is to focus on talent development within the firms, right? Ian mentioned Skill in Ireland. It's absolutely phenomenal government agency supporting over 70 different networks around the world, around Ireland. in the sustainable finance space, Ireland is the only country in the world to have a sustainable finance skill-net, and we've upskilled over 2,500 finance professionals in sustainable finance the last few years. So to your question, when you look at this whole thing, it's regulation, it's talent development, it's fiscal incentives, it's innovation, it's an end-to-end play, and where firms can play within that. One of the big things that's popping up now in the kind of climate space is a challenge from a regulatory perspective around greenwashing, that firms make a lot of commitments, but they don't have the staff. They're not based on science-based targets. So are those commitments real? And so you're seeing regulators now really begin to squeeze onto those companies. And so in the biodiversity space, going back to my colleague's space, if we develop the talent out, you're doing it in partnership public-private. But that's one of the key things, because the mick has actually been taken by, not everybody, but by some firms trying to get away with this. You've seen fines now begin to happen. And you don't want that then to actually destroy the good things that other people are actually doing. So it's an end-to-end play, if I can put it that way.
Okay, Lucy.
One
And then I'm going to
final-
come to table 9.
One final thing there, just Ian mentioned about there being voluntary compliance. It's my view that the time for voluntary anything is past, to be honest. I think this needs to be made mandatory for people, for businesses. Voluntary action just isn't enough anymore. So that's why there's a big need for regulation around this.
Thanks, Lucy. Good to hear a debate brewing there. We'll go to table 9. Connor, if we can get a microphone there, and I think table 2 then have a question.
Hiya, and thanks for the very, very interesting and insightful presentation. I think this angle is hugely important. I just wanted to ask, I suppose it's probably Stephen would have maybe the best insight into this, but like, is it possible for us, or is it realistic for us to propose to the government that we ask the government that Ireland become the global leader in developing sustainable finance models? We've led in lots of things in the world, and I just think, can we as the Citizens' Assembly push the government to do that for sustainable finance? Is that something that, in your opinion, would be feasible, sensible and realistic? Thank you.
Thanks, Hilary. Stephen?
So obviously I don't represent the government, and I'm conscious there's a Secretary General sitting over there. But I think the key thing is you don't need to push the government. This is government policy. So under the Department of Finance, Ireland for Finance strategy, and the latest edition that came out a few months ago, Ireland wants to be a lead in that policy in sustainable finance and digital finance. So it's already there. And this is why you're seeing things like the roadmap or the Centre of Excellence been established, or 2,500 people have been upskilled. That was government funding. No financial centre, and I look after 39 of them globally from my UN role, nobody's yet a leader. They're emerging, and where Ireland is really focusing on is a talent agenda. And I keep going back to talent, because you have the people who know what they're talking about. They can begin from a regulatory perspective, a risk perspective, a compliance perspective, and so on and so forth. And a few weeks ago, Ireland launched the first postgrad diploma in sustainable finance for compliance professionals in the world. So we are doing these things. Now the IDA is spinning up to maybe promote Ireland as a hub for that. But I've been at this for a decade. I was saying table 2 earlier on. The last 24, 36 months, things have really taken off, and it's really exciting. But we're still only scratching the surface. But if I may, it's already in government policy to be a leader in this area.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So on that, Hilary, we could make a suggestion that we support the government in making Ireland a leader. So it doesn't negate us saying something about it either.
It would be a great addition, to have this body say that would be absolutely fantastic. That's what I should have added to it as well.
Thanks, Stephen. Question, or table 2 had a question. Caroline's bringing the microphone over.
Hi, I'm Nicole. It's a question for Deirdre. Yeah. God, making it worse. Okay, I'm actually from a farm in the west of Ireland, and we do the Board BIA audit every year. And I was just wondering, because we're a carbon neutral farm, if it was looked at, but I was wondering, should we not be using that as a promotion for smaller farms, and that we should be selling it, our meat, our dairy, or whatever we produce as carbon neutral? If you're doing them audits, can it be done?
Yes, I mean certainly any best practice we would love to highlight and promote and encourage. On the farm assessments, we do the carbon footprint assessments, and you get the farmer feedback report from the beef and dairy report. But we can pick up on it certainly after in terms of the promotions.
The chain isn't there, is it, for, you know, like for, you know, for the...
Oh, to put it on
Sorry,
the
Nicole,
packers.
I'm going to ask just to get you can hold on to the microphone.
Okay, so the chain isn't there, so the meat processors aren't taking, you know, they're not going to pay extra for, say, carbon neutral organic beef, or the chain isn't already there. Other countries are starting to sell their produce as carbon neutral.
Yeah, sorry, I get your point in terms of labelling and putting on a pack and things
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, and I think the issue around that has always been scale, you know, so if there's, you know, not enough, let's say, produce coming through a particular line in a processor, so it's, I think, scaling the challenge to have more, you know, more farmers do the exact same thing that you are, so that they'd have the scale to be able to promote them. But there'd probably be more from I'm not sure which plants you go through, but if they had like more supply chain to be able to scale it, I think is probably the opportunity to put it on pack. Because let's say a retailer, I don't know, has a certain line that they're putting a label on, they probably need more volumes, if you know what I mean.
And on your reports, are you actually telling farmers how much carbon they're sinking on all their land, or just specific?
No, so the way the carbon footprints assessments work on the beef and dairy, they don't calculate sequestration yet. So the Teagasc are developing models for sequestration above and below land to calculate carbon sequestration. So they'd have to use like LiDAR testing or the deep soil testing. So at the moment, the carbon footprint assessments would connect to the Department of Agriculture AIMS database and the processors data, the information that you would put in on your sustainability survey, and then that's how those calculations would develop.
And how far off is that?
So at the moment there's 100, there's 100 signpost farms that are doing the deep soil testing and the above land, so they'll be able to get a very, very solid, accurate data on the signpost farms. The Department of Agriculture have done soil testing on about 7,500 farms. So the next step would be to get the accurate measures for modelling. So I'd say it's to get accurate sequestration carbon data is a number of years off, and it's the same globally. It's the same in Europe. It's the kind of carbon farming model that's being developed through the Farm to Fork strategy.
I'm going to jump in here, and I appreciate those detailed questions, Nicole, but I'm going to jump in now as a non-farmer and say, what's the purpose of the feedback forms if the farmer isn't getting any use out of them? Like, is it just a PR stunt?
No, God, the farmer feedback reports give about an 8-page guidance around where your carbon calculation, your GHG emissions, how much comes from the animal, how much, like, there's really detailed data from the Irish Cattle Breeding Federation, so it would be your methane, your nitrous oxide. It's a very detailed breakdown on where your emissions are coming from and suggestions around where to go. I guess the purpose then is, you know, as Bord Bia, where we do the audit process, but then the advisory would then come on. So the objective really is then that advisory would come onto the farm and they would take actions, and that's, I guess, another element of scaling the signpost farm.
Okay,
So.
and then but if we're talking about the other question that you're referring to, Nicole, is the labelling, and if the volume is an issue, that's a chicken and egg. So if you require a label, then more people will get on board rather than waiting for people to get on board before you put in a label. Sorry, Nicole. So I'll just say, you're saying we're behind. And can I take the...
Well, there's no other country in the world doing carbon assessments on 55,000 farms.
As far as I'm aware, we're
Maybe on
we are
them
behind by a couple of years. Other countries are giving farms, you know, doing the testing.
I'm 100% sure there's no country in the world doing carbon assessments on,
Okay,
on 55,000
we'll knock
farms.
this one on the head. We'll come back and we'll do more homework on it. But I appreciate that this is probably something we need to discuss a little bit more in terms of agriculture sector. And thank you for responding as well. You can, Deirdre, as well. We have time for another question. If we have a couple now. We have a minute. I'm going to take them though. So I'll take question 7 and table 1 together, and then we'll get the group to respond, and then we'll come back. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is John. Question I'd like to ask, on the basis of of normal industry and the bottom line, anything that impacts on the bottom line, always being frowned upon. How do we change the dynamic of the current situation where 92%, I think it was, of all funding is public, and how do we get private to play that part?
Super
and
question.
industry?
Thank you, John. And we'll take Robert's question as well from table 1, and then
Yeah, it's sort of connected. Well, sort of connected. Firstly, Lucy, Business Biodiversity, I presume that's a private company. Not private, okay. But you did say one thing. You said, why should businesses care about biodiversity loss? And then you gave us a lot of buzzwords, which is great because that's what businesses do. But the only reason that businesses are going to care about biodiversity loss is money. That's what a business is there to do. Money, and that demand is going to change the money. So that's all of us that are the customers of the businesses what will lead to change, which then brings you down to what Bord Gáis was saying. And a scoring and rating system you mentioned. And then you're talking about labellings, and we have a national biodiversity centre with all this data in it. Surely, if we connect these things together, we can then feed the information to the consumers, so the consumers can make the choice, which will then change the businesses. Rather, that's what I would think we should do.
thank you, Robert. And I think David had his hand up as well. Can you get the microphone?
Yeah, my concern is with the emphasis on regulation, on mandatory stuff, because all these regulations at a global level give a lot of power and control to people over business, over markets, and over population behavior. Now, where is the consent for all this? Where is the process of accountability? Because it completely bypasses the national parliaments, and that's the only exercise of accountability we have. It's the mandatory and the regulatory aspect to this is a complete departure from the free enterprise market-driven economies that we've already had. It gives far too much control to people who are unaccountable. That's my concern. Where is the consent for all of this?
Okay, thank you. They're all 3 big topics. So yes, Deirdre?
Yeah, I'd like to, if I can, address just the topic around consumers and sustainability, because it's an area that we spend a lot of time and a lot of research on. Consumers don't fully understand sustainability. They understand different aspects of sustainability. The question of carbon labelling, we're currently doing a bit of research on the merits, should we or shouldn't we do consumer labelling. We're in inflationary times as well, where consumers, prices are going up, people have less spend, etc., etc. Are they going to pay more for sustainability is a question that we often get asked. And there are certain elements that might resonate with a consumer, that kind of natural, grass-fed, organic, or those kind of areas might resonate with certain consumers in certain markets. But I think we need to get to a point where that we're not, maybe that everything is, that it's business, that all business is operating in a sustainable way. Farming is done in a sustainable way. Because if we're constantly waiting for a consumer to pay extra for it, my fear is that we'll be waiting too long. Albeit we do need to promote and premiumise what we do produce and sell. I think consumers can be fickle in some markets. So talking to a consumer about different aspects of sustainability is also an area. So biodiversity, we need to tell the story in a way that can connect to a consumer, and maybe rather than a GHG emissions is or something else. So there's a big job to be done around consumers.
Thanks, Deirdre. I'm actually going to stop you there because we're really short in time, and this is something that the room has already made draft recommendations on. It's educating the consumer. So if I can ask about the 92% of funding, John's question, who can take that one? How do we get more private industry into that?
Stephen and I are arguing about who to take the microphone rather than avoid the microphone. Look, it's a great question and something we mull over a lot. I mean, essentially down to the bottom line, and of course businesses need to make a profit to reflect the risks they take and to reinvest in their businesses and so on. And we also need to reflect on things like tax strategy, where tax incentives should be focused to fill a gap in the market. And it's very clear here, this biodiversity, it's much less close to companies than, say, changing your light bulb to an LED light bulb. You change that light bulb, it's a direct positive impact to your bottom line. whereas biodiversity is sort of a long-term collective issue for every business, every consumer in the country. The more you load costs onto any business, you're almost inevitably, for something like that, going to lead to prices drifting up, which at a time of inflation at the moment, for example, isn't a great thing to have. But I think a lot of it goes back to how you encourage people to invest for the future. So there's a carrot and a stick approach. We've talked about regulation, and to Lucy's point earlier about the time is right for regulation. Yes, absolutely, but getting people on board and complying with it is much better than having to go down the enforcement route as well.
You.
But just getting incentives here is critical, because the moment people don't understand it, and they don't understand the role they have to play in improving it.
Thanks, Ian. So the carrot stick, and then Stephen, if you can respond to that, but also bring in a little bit of accountability and not letting the markets take over on this as well.
So again, I don't run the business, so I don't know the detail of Ian. But look at where the funding's coming from, this private sector capital. And I remember years ago, I managed to meet a trustee of the New York City Police Pension Fund. And he was telling me the cop that retires today after 30 odd years and the cop that starts, well, the cop that retires may live for another 20, 30 years, hopefully, or he or she needs to get a pension check each month because they've been contributing him. And then the other cop coming in. So there are the pension funds, the big pension funds now have got sustainability to the core. They want their investments to give a good return. And so what you're seeing, if I may, is that, and I can follow with you a bit separately, watch where the pension funds, the big ones, are now deploying capital. And what type of projects are they deploying capital in? And then they're asking questions of those companies. How are you managing your company? Are you measuring your carbon footprint? Are you reporting a blah, blah, blah? So a lot of this stuff is actually happening, and it's at the big pension funds. Irish Life Investment Manager here in Ireland is a fantastic example of it. They've upskilled 350 of their staff in the last few years on this agenda. That's the first one. With regard to your question, and I see your point, and maybe I'm grossly oversimplifying it, and maybe I don't understand it, but the way I think it works is elected officials, manifesto into government, programme for government developed, programme for government says, based on us being elected on a manifesto, we're going to do A, B and C. Ministers put in, elected people put in charge of parliament or departments, policy frameworks developed, and then regulatory environment developed on the back of that. So that's how I think our system works. And so there's nobody sitting there saying, what about different A, B and C regulatories? In an Irish, in the democracy, the democratic system that we have, that's the way I believe it works. So, but again, I may be completely wrong, and I'm not a politician, and nor am I in that space. So forgive me if I'm not making any sense.
Okay, I'm going to cut it there. I know we could talk about this now for the rest of the day. I understand that, but unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. But we'll continue thinking about it, and if we do have burning issues and burning questions, we might come back to our speakers. But I sincerely want to thank our speakers for giving up their Saturday morning to be with us today. So please give a very warm thank you to Stephen Nolan, Deirdre Ryan, Shane Deneen, and Ian Talbot, and to Jenny as well, and Lucy Gaffney. Thank you all very much. Now, we're behind time, so I'm going to now invite our speaker from the Irish School Sustainability Network to come to the stage. Jane Goodall is only available at 11, so we're going to have our education talk, then we're going to have a presentation from Jane, and we'll take our Q&A afterwards if that's okay with everybody. We'll shave some time off at some point for further breaks if that's okay with you guys. Education, as I said, has been a thread throughout all of our conversations in the formal space and in the informal space. And so to talk to that, we were delighted to have the Irish School Sustainability Network and Cody Preston, who is a science teacher in Rockbrook School. And his colleague Laura Niwalia will be with us as well for the Q&A, and she's a primary school teacher. Just to give you a little bit of background, these people are teachers who are giving of their own time, volunteering to set this up, to give supports to other teachers to try and bring more on biodiversity and climate into the classrooms. So please give Cody a very warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for the invitation here, Evian. And my name is Cody Preston. I'm a science and biology teacher from Dublin, and I'm genuinely, delighted to be able to speak to you about the education system in Ireland and the roles that it can play to protect biodiversity going forward. The ISSN, we're a grassroots network of teachers and students that formed in the last couple of years. We're all, I suppose, passionate about addressing issues of climate and biodiversity, and to bring that into our classrooms. And also to reimagine the education system, because as I hope to outline to you today, the provision for nature education in our formal system is wholly inadequate. And we want to give our students agency and empowerment to go and to do something about that. And what we want to call for is a meaningful nature education. And when we say meaningful, we're talking about having a deep knowledge of biodiversity, ecology, and the natural environment, understanding the big issues that are affecting it and the root causes, having a positive attitude towards the environment, seeing it as integral to social, economic, and health outcomes, and very importantly, that students start to see themselves as part of nature. In the school I work in, we have a small pond on our grounds, and a few years ago there was a heron there one morning, and just as all the students were coming in and I was coming in, I was delighted to see it, and some of the students were quite curious. But later on that day I passed the groundsman, and he had a smile on his face, and he said, "Mr. Preston, you should be sacked." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "I overheard one of your 6th-year students asking his friend had he seen the swan at the pond this morning." And we laughed about it, but actually it kept going over in my head, and the more I thought about it, the more I agreed with John. I should be sacked. Here I am sending these young men out into the world, and they're able to tell you the balanced equation for photosynthesis. They'll be able to hopefully explain Krebs cycle and all these things, but unable to tell you the names of common plants, insects, birds, trees. And we looked for a little bit of research on this to see is there, research on kids' ability or people's ability to recognise nature. We didn't find it, so we did our own little kind of straw poll. So it's not very scientific, but we did ask teachers in our network to show this to our students and see how many of them could name these things. So I won't ask you, but maybe you can have a look yourselves and just wonder yourself, could you name any or many of these organisms? And what we did find was that student was certainly not in the minority. In fact, 85% of the kids that answered this, and this is primary and secondary school kids, you can see at the top there, could not recognise A as a heron. Less than a third knew that D was an earwig, and much less than the shield bugs and the starlings. Thankfully, they are still aware of conkers and dandelions and Ginny Joes, which is something I suppose that's in our culture, and we have little games and tricks that help us to know about these things. In terms of just other studies, we just had a quick look. So a European study looked at, asked people all over Europe, are they aware of the term of biodiversity? 43% of Irish people knew what it, had heard it and knew what it meant. And on the right-hand side here is a gentleman called Paddy Madden, and he's, I suppose, a legendary outdoor educator in Ireland. And he did a lot of research into this, and he's seen that, first of all, teachers' knowledge is limited when it comes to teaching the environment. These were primary school teachers, by the way. That teachers deemed their students' knowledge of nature to be poor. And when he looked at student teachers, he found that 14% only could identify common birds and butterflies. Now, this research is from the UK, because again, there's limited research in Ireland, but we did see that there was a report there recently. 3/4 of UK children spend less time outdoors than prison inmates, which is 1 hour a day. And the quote was in, this quote was in the article, "Our children should be climbing the trees and not the walls." I liked it. And ironically, the person who said that was the then Environment Minister, Liz Truss. So I don't know how reliable that is. But, and then the other study down the bottom, which was of 2,000 adults and 1,000 young people, found that when people have a connectedness with nature, they're more likely to take conservation action. Now that kind of makes sense, but there's research there to show it. We also asked our own students in the network about nature experiences they've had. and I won't go through them all, but I will draw you to Adam, who's 12, and Adam's response was, "I've never really had one." So in terms of the areas I think we need to look at if we want to reimagine, thank you very much. We need to look at policy and curriculum, teacher training and CPD, the continual professional development, infrastructure and resourcing, and partnerships. In terms of policy, we do welcome the government published a policy for education for sustainable development this year. So they do look at 5 key priorities, which we support. But it does come short in other ways, in that it does want to create outdoor spaces for new schools that are being built where appropriate and possible. But there's no provision for creating any type of outdoor education spaces in existing schools, which obviously make up 99% of schools that students go to. The Looking at Our Schools framework is what is given to schools to be effective schools. So there is one line in that highly effective schools prioritise and promote sustainability. But again, that's one of 70 recommendations that schools can follow. So it's certainly not front and centre. In terms of curriculum, the primary curriculum changed in 1999. And before that, it was nature was an overarching principle in the curriculum, and it then got subsumed as part of the science syllabus at junior level, and it's so that scientific approach to nature has kind of meant the loss of certain things like the once common nature table, which would have many people would remember from their classrooms, is actually now quite uncommon. In terms of secondary school, nature education is pretty much non-existent, except for a small section of the science course and a small section of the biology course. And apart from that, students, there's no need for, or well, there's no syllabus there to teach it. The UK are actually changing this. So the UK are introducing a GCSE subject, which they call natural history. It's a nature subject, and that's something that we think could be done here in Ireland, particularly at the secondary level, junior cert subject on nature education, and in that incorporating outdoor learning, because nature shouldn't be taught in classrooms. It can be taught in classrooms, but it has to have an outdoor element. Students have to, pick things up, hold things, catch insects, identify them, see them in their natural habitats if they're to really understand and get that deep connection. We do need to train our teachers and our leaders, our school leaders, our principals and our deputies about biodiversity and climate education. And some of them, we work in schools, and this is our experience often, like in the schools we work in, we're kind of lone wolves, kind of pushing this type of education. And, sometimes we get frustrated as teachers that our colleagues, they just, they're not bothered about it. And sometimes it's just because it's not coming from any bad place, it's just they genuinely don't realise, I think, the urgency of the emergency that we face in terms of our nature and biodiversity. And if we don't put this, and I've had these conversations with my students in secondary school, if it's not there in the curriculum, the students don't see it as important. So like what tends to happen at the moment is we shoehorn in, nature education into transition year, or you do an odd workshop here and there. But, by not including it in the formal system, we're indirectly saying this isn't important. Infrastructure and resourcing talks about, we're talking there about like looking at our schools, looking at our school grounds, using those school grounds as educational resources. And there's a great opportunity to do that. Like Paddy Madden found that, in he goes around hundreds of schools, over 600 schools doing heritage in schools work. And, his findings is that school grounds in the main lack a variety of habitats and necessary for meaningfully engaging children with nature. To create those areas, you do need money. This needs to be resourced. It needs to be funded. And schools also need people on the ground that are going to look after it. So they need gardeners, and they need people who can kind of maintain and look after these spaces as educational spaces. And that it shouldn't be just one size fits all. Every school is different, so schools have to be able to be involved in designing these spaces. And then the fourth thing was partnerships. And partnerships, there's so many different arms that can help, and it was great to see the business representatives here today, because they can play a role in this. But we have our community groups, we have our government, educational organisations, local authorities who we think could actually play a bigger role in creating outdoor classrooms in our parks. Like not every school, particularly city schools, they don't have the grounds, they don't have the wild spaces, but our city parks do. So every city park could have an outdoor education space. In terms of models, I think it's important to look at schools who are doing things well and see can we learn from that. This is a school in Waterford. They've recently invested heavily in this large outdoor kind of planting area. They're developing an environmental leadership development program. And one of the things that they made sure to do when they were funding was to also get the funding for a permaculturist to work there a couple of days a week to actually make sure, because the reality is teachers are busy. And if it's not part of if it's not a subject, where do teachers get you're relying on the goodwill of teachers and teachers who are passionate about it, but there's nothing sustainable in that. In my own school, we had an old prefab. We were able to change that into a nature education space. So we wrote away to some of the nature organisations. We got posters and displays, and it's a great space. Our transition years kind of get trained up, and then they teach primary schools that are invited up, and then we get them outside, and they'll have little sessions in the room, but then they're outside to actually look at this in action. And lastly, I think we need to ask young people, because they have great ideas. We asked them a question like, how could the government do more? And I liked Tig's idea. He said, promote tree planting through functional incentive system. Heck, why not start a government organisation specifically for planting trees, kind of like the military, but instead of people defending against violence, people are protecting the country against global warming. So I think maybe that could go into your recommendations. So with all of these things, there's a lot here, there's a lot that can be done, but I don't think this is going to be done unless the Department of Education really see this as an emergency. And in 2019, the government declared a climate and biodiversity emergency. And by extension, that should mean that all departments of government are acting in that way. But we certainly are seeing no signs that the Department of Education are acting in a way where they see that this is a high priority or an emergency. So even them just coming out and publicly declaring that we do recognise that there is a biodiversity and climate emergency and that we're willing to do something about it, I think will help to make lots of these things happen. You guys are now the experts. You've spent many months hearing about all the threats and all the human actions that are affecting biodiversity. But behind all of those human actions, so whether it's those hedgerows that are pulled out, or the rivers that are being polluted, or the chemicals that are being sprayed everywhere, or the bad planning decisions or opportunities missed, all of those decisions are being made by people. And very many of them are people who've gone through an education system where nature has no value. And I think there's an opportunity to change that. I think, if we really embed nature and biodiversity, nature and kind of sustainable education into our system, we can make sure that we have the future adults, because we have the future adults in our classrooms every day, that we can have those future adults making sure that they're not making the same kind of decisions or mistakes that have gone before them. So I think that the one thing is that there should be optimism, and there can be optimism, and nature has an amazing ability to bounce back, and when it's given a chance. And I think we owe it to our children to give them the proper education that they need to be able to protect the environment. And we also owe nature that we give them that education so that they're able to make sure the future generations are protected and mistakes are not made again. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you again, Evian, for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Cody. And as I said, we'll hold our questions until after we get our address from Dame Dr. Jane Goodall, which Cathal will now ably set up for us while I riff on for 5 minutes, and we can make this a discussion. Just to say, the recommendations from the ISSN was obviously in their submission. It's not necessarily reflected in anything we have right now immediately, but of course that's what we can do over the next day or two, is make amendments or add or delete recommendations. So just to keep that in mind, and also to keep in mind that, you know, we did hear from the Children and Young People's Assembly in the last weekend, and we can, you know, draw a focus towards their work as well, and really highlight that this is about the next generation, because if we have done the damage and we're asking them to kind of pick up pieces on it, we really need to focus on that element of the education and that element of the engagement as well. And here we have, it's such a privilege to see you, Dr. Jane Goodall. We're a little bit early. Thank you for being early. That's so wonderful. And just to introduce you properly, it is an absolute honour and privilege to welcome you to address the Citizens' Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. I mentioned it this morning. We are the first Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity loss to be held around the world, and we're so delighted that you could make time to address us as we finalise all of our presentations and move now into our work to recommend to our government what they should do to conserve and restore biodiversity. As you will know here in the room, and to those of you watching online as well, Dr. Jane Goodall has spent her life inspiring people to conserve the natural world we all share and to improve the lives of people, animals and the environment. She's been sharing her message of hope and inspiring people worldwide to take action on behalf of others and the planet every single day. And with that, I am so delighted to welcome you to the Citizens' Assembly with a very warm Irish welcome.
Well, thank you very much. And I just wish I was with you in person. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So I wish I was with you in person, but hopefully you'll feel as if I'm there, because I'm with you in spirit, that's for sure. Because what you've been discussing is so very important. And it seems to me unlikely that I can say much that you haven't already discussed, but I'll sort of try and wrap it up in the best way that I can. So the thing is that I'm speaking from the UK, from the house where I grew up. And if you want any proof of the loss of biodiversity, I only have to look out of the window. We've lost half our birds, most of the insects. And, you know, so I feel very, very the importance of the loss of biodiversity, although so many people are concentrating on climate change. And the thing is that they're interconnected. And what I always try to help people understand is that we are part of, not separate from the rest of the natural world. Not only that, but we actually depend on it for food, water, air, well, for everything, really. But what we depend on is healthy ecosystems. And when I was studying the chimpanzees at Gombe, and by the way, that research continues today with a wonderful team of researchers. But when I was all those weeks and months out in the rainforest, I learned a great deal about the forest ecosystem and how everything is interconnected. And I sort of see it as like a beautiful living tapestry where each animal and plant, no matter how small, has a role to play. And if you see it as a tapestry, then if one animal or plant vanishes from that ecosystem, it's like pulling a thread from the tapestry. And if we pull enough threads, then the tapestry will hang in tatters. And that means the ecosystem will collapse. And that's happening all over the world today. So it's, you know, I started thinking about the major reasons why we're losing biodiversity. And again, I'm sure you've talked about them all, but let me just list them. Sort of, it helps my own thinking. So first of all, of course, the most obviously, there's habitat destruction as land is taken over for development, for roads, for dams, for mining, you name it. The habitat is being destroyed somewhere, in several places probably, even as we speak now. And then there's pollution. That's causing a loss of biodiversity in rivers and streams, in the land. Creatures are being poisoned. And we shouldn't forget light pollution. That's had a great deal to do with the loss of some insect species in some areas. Intensive agriculture, relying so heavily on chemical pesticides and fertilizers. And these pesticides don't just target the so-called pest insects, but pollinators as well. And then there's a ripple effect as birds and little animals eat the insects. And so you get, again, this massive loss of biodiversity. And the monocultures, so loved by commercial farming, is also having a terrible effect on biodiversity. The intensive animal agriculture, huge areas of land are destroyed to grow the grain to feed the animals. And of course, an awful lot of water is used to change vegetable to animal protein. And in some places, this loss of water is having a very damaging effect on wildlife. So next we come to the bushmeat trade, which doesn't really affect us in Europe, but certainly does in Africa and Latin America and Asia as well. And the trophy hunters, they're picking off the best, biggest lions with the biggest manes and elephants with the biggest tusks. And that is having a tremendous effect on the social lives of these animals. And in some cases, definitely leading to biodiversity loss. And so too, collectors. I don't know if any of you have seen some of these museums, and you don't just have 10 or even 20 specimens of the same bird, but you may have up to 30 or 40. And that's in museums all over the world. So although that is happening much less now, it's had a major effect in the past, particularly with things like butterflies, and also the changing fashions in people's dress. Think of how many birds of paradise were destroyed to get the feathers for ladies' hats, the terrible effect on the Tibetan antelope for creating cashmere jerseys and so on. So then there's the introduced animals that are having a devastating effect in some areas. In New Zealand, the rats and the cats and the possums are harming native wildlife. In Australia, the cane toads with their poisonous skin. Although I did receive a wonderful article yesterday about one bird, it's an ibis, and they have learned to shake the cane toads about, which makes them release their poison. And then they take them over to a stream or puddle and wash them. And then they can swallow the whole toad. So there's always hope around the corner. We can't ignore climate change with the terrible storms, flooding, droughts, the awful bushfires, which have had a terrible effect on biodiversity in Australia and some other places. And then there's poverty. And poverty can have a tremendous damaging effect. When I first went to Gombe in 1960, it was part of the great forest belt stretching across Africa. And when I flew over it nearly 30 years later, I was shocked. I mean, I knew there was deforestation, but I wasn't prepared to see a tiny island of forest, which was the tiny Gombe National Park, and it was just surrounded by bare hills. More people living there than the land could support, too poor to buy food from elsewhere, cutting down the trees to get more land, grow more food, or to make money from charcoal or timber. And that's when it hit me. If we can't help these people find ways of making a living without destroying their environment, we can't save chimpanzees, forests, or anything else. And so now we move on to the hopeful side of things. We, the Jane Goodall Institute, in 1994, we started a program called Take Care, or we call it Takari, and it's the JGI method of community-led conservation. So unlike most conservation groups at that time, we didn't go with a group of arrogant white people into one of the 12 little villages surrounding the Gombe National Park and tell them that we were going to help them. They'd made a mess of things and we were there to tell them what to do. No, we picked a team of local Tanzanians. They didn't even have degrees, so they weren't any threat to the people. But they had experience. They'd worked for NGOs in forestry, agriculture, health, and so on. And they sat down and talked to the elders and asked them, what can we do to make your lives better? They started off wanting more food, of course. So that meant restoring fertility to the overused farmland without chemicals, I hasten to add. And they wanted better health and education. So we worked with the local Tanzanian authority who should have been doing that, but actually weren't. And gradually the villagers came to trust us, and we could introduce water management programs, scholarships to give girls a chance of secondary education, microfinance opportunities, particularly for women, so they could start their own small environmentally sustainable businesses. We provided family planning information, which was eagerly received because these people understand that one way out of poverty is a good education for your children. And they couldn't afford to educate the 8 to 10 children that were the norm when we arrived. But again, this was all delivered by the local people. So gradually, the villagers came to understand that protecting the environment wasn't just for wildlife. It was for their own future, that they needed the forest to regulate the climate and the rainfall and the temperature. And so they have become our partners in education. That program has spread through 104 villages throughout Chimp Range in Tanzania and is in 6 other African countries where we work with chimpanzees. And this is a program that can be extended to anywhere in the world for any species. It's not just about chimps in Africa. We've just produced a book called Local Voices, Local Choices, which has just been published. So if you fly over that area today, there are no more bare hills. And it's example of one of my best examples of hope, the resilience of nature. Give nature a chance. And around Gombe, a lot of the trees have come back because of seeds left dormant in the ground, or even the roots of trees that are being cut down. And so the biodiversity is returning, and chimpanzees now have more land to range over than they did before. And we also understand the tremendous importance, as we try to save biodiversity around the world, of these green corridors that enable animals to move from one protected area to another. And so this has been an incredibly successful program. And then animal species on the very brink of extinction can be given another chance. This, I wrote a whole book on that, and there are so many wonderful examples. In California, the California condor was down to 12 birds taken into captivity, bred, and now there's about 150 flying freely and breeding in the wild. In the Middle East, the Arabian oryx became extinct in the wild, but luckily there were some in certain zoos, and they were brought together, reintroduced into the wild. And even more exciting, the scimitar-horned oryx, which became again completely extinct from its native area in North Africa, was also bred in captivity. And now some of these have been reintroduced back into Chad, which is part of their range, and they're actually breeding in the wild. And it's very exciting. Then all over, well, I don't know if it's all over the world, but certainly most parts of the world, these efforts of rewilding, and they've been incredibly successful. And animals, perhaps from captivity, have slowly been reintroduced into the wild, and with these corridors linking one area to another. And there's one major rewilding effort that crosses large parts of Europe, and all kinds of animals are returning. It's not always easy. Not everybody wants wolves and bears roaming around, but nevertheless, it shows what can be done, what we can do. So it's unfortunate that so many people work in their own narrow little area. And it's really important that we start collaborating and sharing knowledge, because just for one example, you may solve the little problem you're working on. And I'll take the example of creating energy to help, creating renewable energy to help slow down climate change. So here's a group, and they've developed perfect windmill for a wind farm. And of course, the big problem for biodiversity, killing birds and bats. So if people had worked together from the start, they're now beginning to find ways of lessening the harm to wildlife. But if they'd done that from the start, they'd be saved an awful lot of reconfiguration. And so collaboration, partnerships, I think are really, really important as we move ahead. And let's see, greening of cities is another important thing, because that can bring urban biodiversity, insects, birds coming into the cities. And this will be incredibly beneficial for the people living in inner cities who don't have the chance to go out into nature. And we now know that being in nature is beneficial for our physical and mental health. In fact, doctors in some places are prescribing time in nature for people with mental problems or people who are stressed from overwork and so on. And then finally, and perhaps my greatest reason for hope, is the young people. And once young people understand the problems and we empower them to take action, they are changing the world. It's not that they can, they are. It was 1991, I began our program, Roots and Shoots, with 12 high school students in Tanzania. I was finding all around the world that young people were losing hope. The future was grim. There was nothing they could do about it. But we've got a window of time, and this is what Roots and Shoots was all about. We now have this program in 66 countries, and it's growing. Hundreds and thousands of young people from kindergarten through university, and even now among some adults, like the staff of a big corporation, for example. And the thing that makes Roots and Shoots different from other youth programs is that the young people get to choose what they do. It's not a top-down. And because of learning how everything is interrelated, then each group chooses 3 projects, one to help people, one to help animals, one to help the environment. They sit and discuss these projects and work out the best thing they can do, roll up their sleeves and get out there and take action, whether it's volunteering in a soup kitchen or an animal shelter, planting trees, removing invasive weeds. Their imagination is extraordinary. They're always coming up with new ways of helping the environment. And so I think I would say that they're my greatest reason for hope. They're raising awareness among their peers. They're changing attitudes of their parents and grandparents, who may sometimes be in high decision-making positions. I've got many examples, but there aren't time to share them. And also, because we began in 91, we've got what I call the alumni, and some of them are in high-up decision-making positions, and they seem to hang on to the values that they acquired when they were part of the Roots and Shoots program. Just one example, the Minister for Wildlife in Tanzania stood up against a previous president who was a rather brutal man, who was known as the I can't remember, the tractor or the truck or something like that. And he was building a dam in the largest untouched ecosystem in Tanzania, the Selous National Park. And this dam, paid for by the Chinese, already 2,000 trees have been cut down. And he announced on the radio and the television, anyone who stands up against this dam will face the consequences. And at that time, people were being disappeared in Tanzania. And yet the Minister for Wildlife dared to tackle him on it. Fortunately, he didn't lose his life. He only lost his job. And I think in the future, he will run for president. And so that's my greatest hope. All these young people acquiring the right values, actually seeing that what they're doing is making a difference, knowing that around the world, there are other young people just like them also making a difference, then daring to think globally. And we try to bring them together as much as possible so that they can understand not only that the cumulative effect of all their actions truly are changing the world, but that much more important than the color of our skin, our nationality, our language, is the fact that we're all human. We all laugh, we all cry, we all bleed the same blood. So that's the hope for the future. And we need hope in order to take action. So thank you so much for inviting me to say these few words to you. I can see you all.
Thank you very much, Jane. We did really feel like you were in the room. You could have heard a pin drop here. I think you've captured our hearts. Certainly, I'm feeling a little bit emotional right now. That we can consider this a global movement, that we should think about this as a global community, and that we should invest in and leave to our young people what we hold so dear. So thank you sincerely for bringing those messages to us, for concluding our talks, and for leaving us now on a great note to conclude our work as a Citizens' Assembly. Gur míle míle maith, Jane. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I actually do think we need coffee, but we also need to ask our education questions. And I'm wondering if we should... Is that okay with Cody and Laura if we have our coffee first? Cody has a new baby. He's on paternity leave, so his wife won't thank us. But I do think we might need a little bit of a breather. We'll have our coffee and we'll come back, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you back after 10, 15 minutes. grabbing their coffees and sitting down. And I just want to say thank you to Cody for hanging around, because he has a new baby, as I was saying before the break. And I'm sure your wife would like you at home, so we appreciate that we're delaying you. And thank you also to Laura Nawalia for joining Cody, because Cody is a secondary school teacher, Laura's primary, and just in case there's questions to field in that regard. And to also say to them, this group of teachers in the ISSN held a climate conference for teachers, completely free, completely all in their own free time, and they do these bite-sized biodiversity talks every week for 15 minutes, and there's amazing initiatives happening, so well done for that. So I know everyone's still drinking coffee, but we can do two things at the same time, and we can ask questions at the same time. So I'm going to throw it to the room. If we're specifically talking about education and public engagement, are there questions now to follow up with the ISSN based on that? So thank you, Michael John. If we can get a microphone over to table number, is it 9? Sorry, I couldn't see there.
Hi, I'd like to say thanks very much for being part of the assembly. It means a lot to me. In relation to education, I think it should be very broad, like from toddlers to seniors and centres. There should be college courses, develop like diplomas, degrees, addiction centres, hospitals, mental health hospitals, prisoners as well. Yeah, that's all. I just think it should be very broad, the education. Also with like maybe art and design, you could have a t-shirt campaign, like Here for Nature, and making it kind of trendy with the t-shirts, and get the art and design colleges involved as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael John. No, it's a really, really important point that we are kind of guilty of this in Ireland, that when we talk about education, we were just like, oh, primary and secondary school. But no, you're so right. This has to happen at early childhood, further education, community education. And Liam said it before, the men's sheds and things like that. So yes, let's reflect that in our recommendations, that we're not just talking about primary and secondary classrooms, we're talking about all the other spaces as well. And I love the idea of the t-shirt.
Thank you.
Let's do that one. We can have, it was repeal, we'll do something else.
Also, at the start of this, we were asked to take some pictures in the summer, so I'd just like to pass that around if people would like to have a look. And like say, if you're doing a design for t-shirts, you could like get this image here and you could repeat it in print, and then you could have like the slogan done in different ways and stuff.
Love that, Michael John. Let's follow up on that. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you. We have a question here on table 3. Stephen, Anne is on 2. I saw question table 8. Yeah, if we go to table 8 first as well, and then sorry at the back 13.
Thank you, Anne. And I just really was about to absolutely everything that was said there. And maybe we should take one of those photographs and use it as a logo for the Citizens' Assembly or something, you know, something organic, as in produced within the Assembly. But what I really would be interested, back to the ISSN, and you're doing fabulous work, and it is so important. But how would you see it being properly introduced? At what level? I think, as the previous question was, who do you see doing it, and where do you see doing it? You know, are you going to start with the juniors? Is it going to be, you know, back to the nature table and then up to the Leaving Cert level, where they might do a much more scientific approach to it? How do you see it developing over the years, ideally?
Thanks,
if you
Anne.
could have it.
Laura, do you want to take that first?
I think you're really right. It has to be right across boards, and it has to start with early years. I'm a primary teacher, so I can't really talk to that as much. But I think in early years and up through the beginning of primary school, there's a play. Ash, there is a play framework. I think the idea of incorporating the natural world into that really needs to be brought. There are some efforts towards bringing Ashter, the play, outside, but it needs to be more than that. It needs to be a type of play that really connects the children with their local area, that they can be curious about, that we stop being afraid of letting the children climb trees and play with the sticks and play in the mud. It has to start with a real love of the natural world, and then gradually, as you go through primary school, you're building on that love of the natural world and bringing it into a more scientific approach, but still focused on the values of sustainability and really caring for the world. And as regards who could start it, it needs to be embedded in the curriculum. So it needs to come through the NCCA and department. And I think we're at a pivotal moment in the primary curriculum at the moment, because it is being redrafted, and where nature education, as Cody has said, would have been in as part of science. It is now science, which was part of social, environmental and scientific learning. It's being brought more into the technology side of things. So I think we need to be really careful around that. The new subject will be math, science and technology, and we need to be really aware of how nature and nature education comes into that and the approach that's taken. And then I think that can follow on to secondary, which is more of Cody's, I don't know.
Yeah, like I had a conversation with the students when I showed them those little pictures, and we got chatting about it. And I asked them, these are fifth year guys, and I said, do you think we should learn about this in school? And they said, yeah, primary school. And I said, oh, okay, why not secondary? And they said, well, we've exams to do. And I said, well, what if it was a subject? What if there were exams? What if nature was part of your exams? And they said, well, of course we'd learn it. So I think that's why it's important that it does need to be part of the curriculum. If it's just done, piecemeal, or as I say, shoehorned into different areas of school life, like transition year or workshops, it's not meaningful and it's not long lasting. So I think at all levels there's different things that can work. And I agree with your previous speaker. It should be all levels. Like we're actually getting that. We're a primary and secondary teachers and students network, but there's people contacting us from early years, on social media saying, what can we do? How can we get involved? And I was even just at the break there talking to Dr. McElwain there about Professor McElwain about how third level can get involved. So it has to be all the way across. But it can be done, and again, I think it just comes down to the will of our politicians and the will of our people. And it was really interesting hearing Jane Goodall speak about values. That's the key thing. Do we value education? And if we value it, well then we're going to put it front and centre of education across the board.
Thank you both. Now, I'm going to take the questions in one go, and we'll come back to them like we did in the last one. So, table 13 had a question.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Emma. I was just wondering, if we do adopt an approach of putting this on the curriculum, how quickly can Irish teachers be skilled up to deliver this curriculum? What would be the timescale? And also, I agree that I think it should be early learning as well. My son's currently in ECCE, and last year they got in butterflies. And he loved it. Every day I got an update on these butterflies when they were coming out. It was brilliant. If stuff like that could be replicated across the country, it would be great, and really give a love to kids for nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Appreciate that. Can we get a microphone to 2 and 3 as well, please? We've got Stephen down here and Anne here.
Thank you very much, Cody. That was just an amazing, heartwarming talk about biodiversity and what's happening in the schools. I'm speaking from that space a long time ago in the teaching capacity of biology. So I'm just curious and shocked to think that a lot of the children nowadays don't know the native wildflowers or birds, the names of them. Just shocked to know that, because I know I was taught in primary school the names of the flowers, the wildflowers, and I was lucky to have a grandmother who passed on that knowledge to me also. So I'm thinking here, there's a need now to start the process again of the relearning program and make it valuable, make it important, and maybe also to include the parents and the grandparents in this learning process. And organise nature walks and do wonderful things like that to get the passion going again. That's all I say. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. And we'll take Stephen on 3, and we have another.
Yeah, I want to applaud yourselves as teachers for the work that you're doing. And I was taken aback that nature seemed to have slipped down the curriculum. It needs to be put back up there. Also, the kids' assembly that were in here, I don't know whether people would agree with me or not, to me was an excellent piece of work. They done out an excellent chart with their ideas in it. And I would like to see that or something similar could be sent into every school in the country, and like it's like a ready-made template to me. So what would your views on that be? You've probably seen it, but certainly we need to get the kids at a young age and get them interested, because after all, it is in their interest and it is they're going to inherit the earth after us. So well done to you, and thanks very much.
Thanks, Stephen. We've two more questions. We've got table 11 and then table 6. If we can take them together now.
We were just wondering, could the Green Schools project remit be expanded as a start? Because it's easy to do, they're already there. Because it covers from daycare centres right up to secondary schools.
Thank you, Susan. I think there'll be something to say on Green Schools. And Donna, and then we'll go back to our speakers. Thank you.
Hi, I'm just wondering, with the time pressures teachers are already under, as we're constantly hearing, will there be much pushback from teachers as regard teaching this as an extra subject, or would it be more feasible to include it as a module within other particular subjects like history or whatever?
Okay, there's a lot of questions there, and I know other people have questions. We might get time to come back to them. So, Laura and Stephen, I'm sure you don't need prompting because you've been making notes, but if you can respond to those questions, that would be great, please.
I think what Emma asked first in terms of how quickly can teachers be upskilled. That just really depends on how seriously this is taken. We see, like, teachers in primary area, we're currently being upskilled in the new primary language curriculum, and that can happen relatively quickly when it wants to happen. But it is a huge amount of work, and I think this would have to be taken up with the department, and they need to prioritise it. If they haven't declared a climate and biodiversity emergency, that urgency isn't there. So I think it'd take a long time, but it could happen you can have quite a big impact in a short space of time by introducing a few different measures or teaching teachers I think a simple CPD around the urgency of what's going on. I don't think people are aware of how much of our own biodiversity has been destroyed, as we teach about the Amazon, but we don't teach about what's going on in Ireland. I think a small amount of CPD could go quite far on that. Do you want?
And just on the post-primary, the secondary, there's junior cycle was reformed a few years ago, so that is different. And there's obviously the core subjects, but there are these things called short courses. They're 200 hours over kind of normally 2 years that schools can implement. And there are, again, this has been done by teachers around the country. There's teachers who are developing short courses on things like climate change and sustainability. There's none that I'm aware of on nature education specifically. So that would be an easy way to get it into the primary curriculum quite quick, or the junior cycle curriculum quite quickly. And Leaving Cert is actually being reformed at the moment as well. So we feel that between primary and Leaving Cert reform happening at the moment, this is the opportunity. Like I think if it doesn't happen now, we're going to look back in years to come and say, like, you know, what were we thinking? So I think that it can be done in secondary quite quickly.
And I think in terms of the approach that we take, it's very different to other curricular changes that have happened. It concerns the future. Like when I'm in there teaching, and children that are in junior infants, what can happen within the space of time before they leave primary school? It's just so huge. So I think it needs to take a very different approach. And like I think as Anne said, we need to promote more collaboration. Have the grandparents who do know this information, bringing them in, working with local communities, working with local parks. I think if we could ensure that every school, start with primary, and that had access to a wild air space in their local area, if it was a park or an area that's now under private ownership, just that the children had that opportunity. And then children's voice, as happened with the Children's Assembly, is an amazing opportunity. Children love nature and animals, like it's not like any other sector where you might need to push people to incorporate biodiversity or to make changes. If they could be learning about the younger children, anyways, learning about it all day and outside, they would. So giving them a voice and letting them ask for what they want. And it can be incorporated into right across the curriculum. As somebody mentioned just about teacher workload, and I know myself, even though I love all of this, I never get everything covered and always feel like you're kind of scrambling to cover things. If it could be integrated across there were resources in literacy that was bringing in these topics, if there was resources across other areas, history, should we be covering how biodiversity in different times in history? There's huge opportunity. I think it just takes thinking outside the box and sitting down with all the people, and perhaps I think in education broadening outside of education expertise when we're planning for curricular change, things like that.
Thanks, Laura. Can I just ask you to comment on the Green Schools?
Oh, yes.
Thanks.
So the way the Green Schools system works is, a lot you may be familiar, because most schools, I think almost 90% of schools in Ireland are involved in the Green Schools project in some form or other. What the Green Schools gives you a framework to work on certain aspects of school life to make it more sustainable. And you get a flag then at the end. So the first flag is for litter and waste, and a lot of schools will implement recycling plans, and they get their systems in place, and they get the flag. But the problem is to get the biodiversity flag, I think is the 5th flag in line. Or is it 7th?
I think so,
It could be the 7th or 5th, you can confirm that. But so a lot of schools never actually get that far. And you have to follow this linear approach, which, I think the Green Schools could play a really important role, but I think they would have to maybe look at, is there a way that people can get involved in biodiversity quicker? Like when I was speaking to Paddy Madden, who was the huge experience in this, and that was his point. He said, in terms of the flags, the biodiversity flag needs to be, at the start. And like Laura said, it's such a simple way to engage students in the bigger issues, because once they get engaged with nature and biodiversity, it's much easier then for them to get engaged in the climate change and water conservation and energy conservation. But all of those things come before biodiversity in the flags system. So the Green Schools are doing amazing work, and they have amazing people, but I think there is a scope there to maybe look at that again and see, is there a way that they can get biodiversity and nature in quicker to schools, because a lot of kids just don't get that opportunity.
Thank you very much, the two of you. I'm going to jump in this because this is my sphere. I'm a lecturer. Not everyone knows what I do in my other actual work, but I'm a lecturer in mathematics education, and I research curriculum reform and professional development. Change will not happen for this unless it comes from the top. It has to come bottom up and top down. If there's no top down, there's no change. But if stuff wants to happen, it can get done pretty much immediately. If you want to bring in, for example, Project Maths, you give CPD to every maths teacher for 3 years running, and it comes in straight away because the exam changes. So if you want it to happen at the top, that's where it can happen. If you want initial teacher education to change, the Teaching Council says all initial teacher education programs have to incorporate a nature part of it, like they do for other bits, because I'm an initial teacher educator. And that's how it happens. It has to come from, you have to do this. It's a regulation in policy. So I actually do think that it's a good idea for the department to roll in on this, because then other things have to happen after it. So I just wanted to come in on that, because the most important thing from my research is teacher education won't happen unless it's teacher communities in their schools doing it. You can't go to a hotel, learn everything to do in your classroom and then go back. It just doesn't work like that. It has to be school-based. So they're my tuppence worth on those questions. And I know there's more questions, and we won't be able to follow up on them now, but we may have time later on. But thank you so much again to Laura and to Cody for giving up their time on Saturday morning to contribute to the Citizens' Assembly. And we'll keep in touch with what the ISSN are doing through all their work on their website and stuff like that. So thank you very much to that. Now, this brings us to our actual work now for the weekend on our recommendations. So we have our draft recommendations and our draft ballot papers. So to talk to you through or remind you how we got to this phase, in the background, myself, the Secretariat, the EAG, we're looking through the facilitator reports from the roundtable discussions every weekend and pulling out what 2 or more tables suggested. Now, if we had included everything that everybody had suggested, we'd probably have 400 recommendations here. So we had to go with the kind of democratic, well, not necessarily democratic, but if at least 2 tables had mentioned something, it got into the draft. And then we tried to amalgamate those into a more concise format so that you weren't reading 70 pages instead of however many you have here. And we sent those to you last week. We got back a lot of responses. I say we, Tim did, and Tim did all the legwork on this and trying to gel in what people's responses were to the redraft, but also elements that only one person had suggested, or if it didn't necessarily fit in with their terms of reference, that went to a separate document, which is document D. So we have document A, which is what we could see from our roundtable discussion reports, were what the majority of the room, and when I say the majority of the room, it's like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tables were saying the same thing. So we think there's broad consensus on A, but that's what now the room will get to look at and decide over the next hour. Document B then are the more detailed ones that it wasn't necessarily that more than half the room thought that they were a good idea, but a lot of people did, and so we're going to vote on those to see what the room thinks. And C is the elements where there's more, it's not a yes, no, there's actually tricky bits in it that we might need to have a think about. And D then are the additional bits that people sent in, but it didn't necessarily fit in with the terms of reference. Obviously, maybe they do, or only one person had suggested them, but maybe they should be incorporated in the other documents. So now, we're going to go through this process in that we're going to spend an hour talking about document A. We're going to have our lunch, and then we're going to come back, and the plenary of that will be Table 7 says we want to amend the first one and the 7th one and the 13th one, and this is the wording that we are suggesting. And if it's Rebecca who's announcing that for Table 7, Rebecca will suggest this for the first recommendation, and we'll go, okay, a show of hands. Should we move this word and change it to this word? And that's how we will vote on this. And then that wording will change in the ballot that we will do an actual vote on later on today. If Table 3 decides we want nothing to do, we do not agree with this and it shouldn't be on the ballot, you announce that, and maybe Dermot says that for Table 3, and we get a show of hands, but the show of hands said, no, we still want it on the ballot. We're like, oh, well, majority rules, and that's what we have. So that's how this will work. So it might be tense. I hope it won't be fraught. I will try and keep my patience, but everyone else will as well, because we will have contradictions here. It'll be just like this, where people are saying, no, it should be mandatory. No, it shouldn't be mandatory. No, we're doing it for the right reasons. No, you're doing it for pure. There will be differences on this, but it's called deliberative democracy because it will be what the majority of the room say. And this is where it's going to get hard. And this is actually where I think I have to be a chair, where I've enjoyed every moment up until now. The next while might be a bit tricky, but I think we're well able for it. We've had very robust discussions till now, and I feel like everyone's been frank and forthright. And yes, let's stay on that. I also want to say to everybody, I don't want anyone to leave this room tomorrow and say, I didn't say it because I didn't want to upset anybody. Or I didn't say it because I didn't think the rest of my table would have agreed with me. Or I didn't say it because it probably wouldn't have gone anywhere. Say everything now. We can't walk away from this process going, I didn't really get involved, actually. I didn't really stand over it at the end because I didn't actually say what I felt. Say it all now. Our wonderful facilitators are here, but they're very well trained to do that. If you have a problem with any of them, come to me personally, and I'll come down. But do say everything now, okay? So if anyone has questions now, I will try and answer them as best I can. This is my first go as well, but I've been asking a lot of questions to people who have done this before. And we can put them on the spot again. I see Hillary's hand is up, and we'll come to you now, Hillary. Ask the questions now, and then I'm going to leave you for an hour. I have important work to do because I have to sign all your cards for an hour. So that's what I'm going to be doing while you're all having your chat. But we have an hour then to talk about document A. And I also want to remind you that we have our expert advisory group who are sitting at the back, again, giving up their free time for free over the weekends to be here with you to answer your questions. In addition to James and Ian and Michal and Jenny and Taz and Clodagh and Mary from our expert advisory group, very kindly, Michal O'Brien has agreed to come back from ACL to be with us to bring his EU policy work and his expertise in his personal capacity to the room today. And we also have Marcus Collier on urban planning, who very kindly agreed to come back to us and to be here in the room. And if you have anything civil service-wise to ask, Art is a Secretary General. We have our principal officers, Cathal and Tim, who also can be on hand to ask those questions. And listen, if we need to phone a friend, we'll phone a friend, okay? But work on that now. We've got the expertise in the room to hopefully answer any questions that we might have, all right? So with that, Hilary, can we get a microphone to table 9, please?
It's just a question about how this report will actually finally be presented. And it's personal concern that there's so many recommendations. I would just like the room to consider if we could have, the first page would have like 5 or 10 maybe key points, you know, like the basis. I think everybody feels that community groups, and Jane Goodall referred to it, and community groups and practitioners on the land and custodians of the land should be empowered. I think that's a kind of fundamental that has appeared, and there's a few of those, and I'm just thinking, like, if we could emphasize that sort of stuff, is that a possibility? Or is this report just going to be these 160? Because I just feel from reading reports myself and doing evaluations, you see all this and you go, oh my God, here we go now, they're going to be coming up with stuff. And so I just want to understand how that's going to work, please. Thank you.
It's a great question, Hilary, and one I was asking myself. I'm going to answer it in what I would like it to be, but we've already been having these conversations, and then Art can maybe add to that. My background is in education and public engagement, and the most important thing about that is that a message has to be accessible. So if this report is 150 pages long and it's in technical speak, no one's going to read it. We didn't all give up our time for that to happen. So ideally for me, this report will have like its executive form, and then it'll have its extra form. And the extra form will include all the appendices about how we did things and how you got selected and all that. But the executive form will be the introduction to how important this issue is, how vital government tackle it now. And I think what you're talking about is this first set of recommendations, the 16 and draft A. I think if we gave that as the headline, now we can amend the language, we can strengthen that. I think that gets to the gist of it straight away, but let's think about what you say now. But the executive will be those main headliners, if you want to call them that, and the detail that will go with it, plus the blurbs beforehand to say, we're talking about fresh water because it's this important for X, Y, Z. Now, this draft, we're tasked to submitting it to the Oireachtas before the end of the year, which we will do. We will send you a draft before then for you to look at and comment on again. So it's not going to be that this ends now on Sunday and you never hear from us again. That's not how this is going to work, but that's what I would foresee. I would also like to see it going to every member of the Dáil, every member of the Seanad. We'll send one to every speaker that we've had. We'll maybe, you know, send it to as many people as possible that they'll actually read. For it to be readable, it has to be short and it has to have accessible language. So, is that okay? Yeah, okay.
And just one other final thing on it is I would also be very keen that when we're looking at all these recommendations that we do focus on the hope bit, because I was at another event yesterday and, you know, the biodiversity came up at that event and there was a lot of sort of, you know, and we all felt it here, the sadness, you know, but I would really ask all the fellow members here to consider that we convey hope very strongly, and particularly focusing on and bringing in the children into that as well.
And this is where, Hilary, we're actually at an advantage. Climate change, climate crisis, climate emergency has kind of spiraled and people are just like, I can't do anything, it's too big. Nobody's been talking about biodiversity, which is terrible. It's also great. Let's use that to our advantage. I don't know if I was on Ireland AM during the week and I'm using that to say, oh, listen, biodiversity is even worse than climate change. But the good news story is we can all actually do something about biodiversity. And people might believe you because they haven't heard anything else about it yet. So we use that to our advantage. You say little things like you plant your pollinators, you try and use less carbon, go to the All Ireland Pollinator Plan. There's loads of things for individuals to do there. But this is where we can use it to our advantage that this has been an invisible subject. So yes, hope is key. That's why Jane Goodall was finishing. You know, the hope is key, and let's bring that through as well. We've got to nail it on this is important, and you actually have to do something about it. But when we're talking to community groups and individuals, etc., it's the hope that you can actually impact this. So yes, thank you for highlighting that.
I couldn't have put that better myself, but just to perhaps offer a little more hope that the entire machinery of the state is going to look at this report. So don't worry that recommendation number 149 or 150 won't get as much attention as recommendation number 1. They will be all put under the microscope. So I understand your concerns, Hilary, all right. The big picture stuff is probably more for public consumption. You know, the people won't get past amendment or recommendation number 10, but the state will get down to row Z. Have no fears about that.
And we can also make that a recommendation that they have to respond to us within 6 months or something to that effect. Now, I do sincerely apologise. Thank you, Tim. I forgot that we had also invited and have in the room Donal Daly here from our freshwater expertise to complete that picture of the experts in the room. So, Donal, my sincere apologies. I hadn't spotted your face sitting down, and that's why I didn't have your name. So I'm sorry about that, Donal. Okay, Keith, table 4, please.
My question is related to document D. I think you know this question is coming. If there is a sense amongst the majority of members here that there's some recommendations in document D that they'd like included in the ballot, how does that process actually happen?
Thank you, Keith. So as I see it, in document D, which I just don't have it to hand, but I know I have it on the table. Here it is. Oh, thank you. There are elements in it, absolutely, that members may wish to consider. And so when we're talking about that particular issue, so say, for example, you want something on funding and economics from document D to come into our main ABC documents. So when we're discussing that in the sections between today and tomorrow, that's when in the plenary you say, we want to suggest to the room that recommendation E from funding economics in document D be incorporated into document B. Show of hands in the room. Does everyone agree with that? Okay, it's in. That's how we deal with that. Is that okay? However, I do want everyone to keep in mind here, we have terms of reference. And while there are a lot of things that we would like to do as a country that are for the benefit of the country, our terms of reference are specifically related to biodiversity loss, so that we have to make that link explicit, okay? So that's just something that, you know, I don't know, I would like it compulsory that everybody has to do science for the junior cert. I could potentially make an argument that that's for biodiversity, but it's not really tangible, do you know? So we couldn't put that in, for example. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it is a good example. Maybe we should do it. But that's what I'm saying. We really need to link them to the terms of reference as well. But maybe we can do that for all of them. Is that okay? Can I get the microphone back to Keith for a second?
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to qualify that. I think we've been told all the way through that be ambitious in what we want to propose. Don't worry about the mechanics, that's somebody else's job. So I think if we can display our ambition, and if it's in terms of reference, outside of terms of reference, then it's up to those who put the mechanics together to work out how to make it work. We can spend a lot of time explaining why things can't happen, or we can get busy making them happen.
I take your point, and if it's an argument that the room wants to see if we should expand the terms of, I mean, it can't. It's a very. Let's see what comes up, Keith, and if we need to think about that more, we will. Mechanics are one thing, terms of reference are another, okay? Mechanics of getting things done, we don't necessarily need to get into the weeds of that, but what we recommend to government should be along the lines of what government has asked us to recommend as a room. But let's see what comes up. But let's not make the decisions now, let's see what comes up. Is that okay? Okay. Are there any, Stephen, on table 3, please.
While this assembly has done great work and we had great speakers, the one thing that I would emphasise is that our government and our leaders must lead, must take this ownership of this, must take leadership on this, and they can be judged by their actions. It's not much good trying to focus things on the smaller, lower-hanging fruit. We need action. It can't be put in the back burner. But as well as that, it should be emphasised to them that they must lead by example. The way they travel, the way they conduct their own business. It must be from the top down. There can be no sacred cows. That's the way I feel about it. And I don't care whether it ruffles feathers or not. Let feathers be ruffled. But a man said to me lately that was working in a tractor in a field, he said that there was 400 private planes out at COP. And he said someone somewhere would be giving out about me and me tractor here. So that's the context.
I take that, Stephen, and leadership is key. And I like your sacred cows reference there. Okay, yes, and we'll hit that point home. Is there any other comments or questions now before we go into our work of the hour? Robert, sorry.
Just very quickly, what happens if we don't do this?
It's a really, really, really good question. Art, do we all get fired? I don't know. I mean, they can't. That's a joke because they can't fire any of us because nobody's getting employed here. Yeah.
Put it in context. What Keith said, I think, is really relevant as well. I've gone through all of Section D, right? Nothing else to do, you know. And there's loads of points, and I've noticed one or two of them at the table. They were mentioned 2 or 3 times actually, and they're in Section D. So I would like to bring them forward. But if we don't get as far as the end of Section D, I don't know if we've actually done the job that we're here to do, you know.
If this is an issue, we can take a vote on people staying a bit longer tomorrow if we don't get to the end of it.
I have Monday off work.
Okay. Sorry, Robert. Listen, we don't want to be the assembly that that didn't get back to the government. If we need to ask them for more, well, we kind of voted to say we wouldn't ask for more time, but listen, let's get into the work now and see how we get on, okay? Let's take it now. The questions have taken a bit longer, but we're going to stop at 1 for lunch, okay? So let's work on document A and as much as we can, and we'll take the plenary afterwards, and that will be more work on it after lunch. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay. I only had a few conversations over lunch because I really wanted to get my lunch, but they were important conversations. And so, in that regard, a couple of important things I want you to think about now. Firstly, the language of should versus shall versus must. I was the one who was drafting the shoulds, and I think, you know, the other people were drafting musts, and I think I overrided and said, we'll put them all as should. So don't waste time on that one. That's a replace all, should, must. Shall is legalistic, must is more contemporary. If that's what the room wants, don't waste time on that finicky little language bits. So we can put in must, and we can talk about that. The second thing is, I get the feeling not all tables have got through document A. So, I'm going to say this with the greatest respect for everybody, but this is going to be about the majority of the room. We may not get everybody on board and online with everything, but if the majority of the room haven't got through that document, I would like to put it to the room now for a vote. Would you like 15 more minutes to discuss that, with the proviso that we have to buy back that 15 minutes somewhere else, and it might be tomorrow? But if you want 15 more minutes now to keep discussing document D before we bring it to plenary, what would you like that? So can we have a show of hands if you want 15 more minutes? Yes. And 15 more minutes, no, sorry, not 15 more minutes, just go to plenary, show of hands. Seems to be a lot of abstains. Okay, we'll have to count them. So, sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I said D. Sorry. I will take that again. My apologies. If you would like to continue discussing document A for 15 minutes, please raise your hand. Okay, we might have to get people to stand up. Sorry, this is good practice for us. Can you stand up if you'd like 15 more minutes to discuss document A, and we'll get people to... And can you stay standing until we stop counting? So don't anyone sit down. Okay, sorry. So thank you for the standing up. You can sit down. People who think we should proceed, because we have to do this in case people want to abstain. So people who think we should proceed without having 15 extra minutes, please stand up. Okay, it being not like totally scientific, but it's like 28 or 29 to 40. So we are taking 15 more minutes to discuss this now. So I'm coming back to you at 19 minutes past 2. we've run down the clock. Hopefully that was useful. Okay, I'm getting a nod. I like the nods of support. Thank you, Mary. Okay, this process is as new to me as it is to you. From my experience teaching, I do believe that while this might take us a while for this instance, I think we'll get better at this. Okay, so I'm not too worried yet that we're so far behind on time. We'll catch it up, okay? Saying that, we will, Art, we will. Okay. These are also the most important recommendations in one regard, because they're the ones that are probably going to be the front and center ones. So it's okay to have spent the time on them. It's important. With that now, I think the best strategy on advice is to take this in the sections that we have them on our documents. And so then we open it to the floor and we talk about recommendations 1 to 16 in this first section. And hands up as to what table wants to first propose an amendment, an addition or deletion to this. You will propose it. Thank you, Kenneth, on table 10. And you're proposing it on behalf of the table. You propose it and we vote on it. So Kenneth, thank you for starting the ball rolling.
It's going on the... Okay. The one is on 13. So the current one is the state should take action to drastically reduce the use of pesticides. We proposed the use of pesticides. The state should incentivize the use of naturally friendly alternatives while regulating the use of domestic and industrial chemicals. And this should coincide with the improvement of schemes for the... Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Kenneth. Thank you for that.
It's my handwriting.
Oh, well.
Sorry. To reduce the use of pesticides, the state should incentivise the use of natural, cost-friendly alternatives while regulating the domestic use of chemical pesticides. This should coincide with the approval of schemes for the safe disposal of unused hazardous materials as well as their containers. So that's to replace number 13.
Okay. Sorry. And sorry, Nick, hold on. Okay. So is there any comment on this particular amendment? And I see these hands, and so we'll give the microphone to Emma on that.
Hiya, we just proposed to add, we agree with your change, we're happy with that, but we just would like to add, you said chemical pesticides, we'd like fertilisers added to that as well, chemical fertilisers.
Fertilizers and pesticides.
Yeah.
Now, I just need to ask in the room, who is taking down those particular wording? Whose job is that? That's Cahill. Okay, yeah. So we'll get it's okay. We'll get the wording, and okay. So thank you, 10, and over here to table 4, please. Thank you.
What we had agreed here was that the state should take action to reduce the use of pesticides while recognising the need to maintain food security.
Okay, so can I suggest, or can I ask, if what you have suggested with the acknowledgement of food security could be added on to 10 and what this table 8 also suggested? Would that be agreeable? Okay, so I'm going to need to find a way of viewing all that in a second. Okay. And Brendan, can I get a microphone to Brendan, please? Thank you.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. We specifically wanted, and we sought expert advice on this, the phrase chemical fertilizers added, because it doesn't include natural fertilizers.
Okay, so that's chemical specifically used in the phrasing of this as well. Okay, thank you, Brendan. And table 1, can we get a microphone to table 1, please?
Just on fertilizers and pesticides, I mean, they're two different things. And bear in mind that the organic people use chemical fertilizers. And the only difference with the organic people is they allow extracted chemical fertilizers as opposed to processed chemical fertilizers. So
Okay.
it's a big area.
Okay, hold on now, because this is where the room can get a bit of a disarray. I take that point, Jean. Let's go over the wording again with it, and then we'll take a vote on it. Can I go back to table 10, or is there a way for me to look at the wording? Sorry, this is where I think it's going to take us a little bit of time to get the rhythm on this properly. Or maybe we have another chair up here. Okay, so this is where we'll iron out this process now, but what we have is something like this, and we'll word it in again. The state should take action to drastically reduce the use of to reduce the use of pesticides. The state should incentivize the use of natural, cost-friendly alternatives while regulating the domestic use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. This should coincide with the approval of schemes for the safe disposal of unused hazardous materials, as well as their containers, and incorporate food security, or the need to maintain food security, which should go in there after fertilizers. I know this is... can we get the microphone to Nicole on table 2, please?
Herbicides should be added to that as well.
Okay.
So herbicides are almost worse than pesticides.
Okay.
Or they'd be used more in domestic situations.
So chemical pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers. Okay. Hilary in table 9. Wait a second. Mike, wait a second. Okay.
No, just on that point, we were talking about that pesticides, herbicides, and then you have fungicides as well, and you can go on and on and on with that. So you just need to be, you know what I mean?
Okay. Can I throw to the back of the room? James, is there one word that we use for all of these things? If I can get a microphone to James, please.
Yeah, pesticide is the overarching word that covers herbicide, fungicides, and insecticides.
Great, okay.
So pesticides is the word to cover all them three. Yeah.
Thank you very much, James. Okay, with that
It
in
doesn't
mind...
include fertilizer, though. It doesn't include chemical
So
fertilizer.
we have pesticides and fertilizers. We'll keep that in mind. Hold on a second. Get a microphone to table 1, please. Wait, NASA, hold on. We have to get a microphone to you.
You know, take on board whatever they're saying, but maybe James could spend next 2 seconds or 2 minutes putting a word in that maybe that would encapsulate all what we've done rather than going through paragraphs and paragraphs. You know, just make it more simple, but if we could have another recommendation from him that would encapsulate what the point came across, we could vote on that.
I think we have it, NASA, now. I think what we have that encapsulated. Okay. Do I need to read it out again, though, is the question. Maybe Cathal should sit up here with us. This is a bit messy. Sorry, everybody. I don't think anything has been as detailed as this, so we'll put it on the screen. That's the best thing. Thank you. Okay. While we're getting the new wording of 13 up on the screen, what is the next recommendation from this first section that we will go through? And we'll get the microphone down to table number 2. Thank you.
This is for recommendation 11. It's just a change on the implementation of it. So the wording we're proposing is, the state must work with key stakeholders to review Ireland's cheap food policy in the context of the biodiversity crisis, particularly in agriculture and marine sectors. This review must make recommendations taking into consideration vulnerable sectors of the population and ensure reasonable standards of living, and result in a plan to address these issues. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask, and result in a plan to, address these issues. You said to make recommendations on. What does that mean? This review must take into...
The fear is that this review will not be implemented.
Yes, so I think is your wording to change the second sentence. This review must take into consideration vulnerable sections of the population and ensure reasonable standards of living and result in a plan to address these issues.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I heard something else in there. With that amendment, can I get a show of hands if the room is happy with that addition to number 11? Well, that's the majority of the room. That's carried. Thank you, table number 2. Is there another recommendation? So, table, I can't see your tables, I'm sorry. 8, Brendan. Yeah.
We'd like to make a change to number 9. I'll read out the recommendation as it is. People in primary production industries, examples farming and fishing, should be encouraged to implement practices that conserve biodiversity and be paid for biodiversity enhancement and associated ecosystem service provision. We would like the phrase "and be paid" to be changed to "and be incentivized."
Okay. That suggested amendment. Would the room like to, all in favour? Hands up. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Sorry, table 1, sorry. Robert, sorry.
Yeah, it's just a further amendment to the
Yeah.
same one. Yep. Okay.
I should have asked. Sorry, Robert.
Okay. Where are we going now? Which number are we at? 9, is it? Yeah.
Mhm.
We want to remove the example farming and fishing and for it to read, people in primary production industries should implement practices and continue as normal then.
So people in primary production industries should be encouraged to should implement practices.
Yeah.
That okay.
That's our suggestion.
Okay.
So basically it'll read, people in primary industries should implement practices that conserve biodiversity and be paid for biodiversity, and incentivize for biodiversity enhancement and associated ecosystem
Okay.
services.
Thank you, Robert. To remove "be encouraged to" from that statement, can I get a show of hands? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Another recommendation from this first section. Keith, 4.
No worries. Yeah, this is just on point 16. I think it's there should be active identification of good practice and the potential to replicate on a wider scale with infrastructure and funding put in place to support replication of proven good practice in partnership with those who have developed such practices, e.g. the Burn Project, the Bride Project and the Suez Project.
Burren, Bride, and Suez. Okay. So, with the addition of that wording in partnership with those who have developed such practices in 16, all those in favour? And all those against? Okay, it's carried then. Okay, thank you. Any other recommendations from this first section? Okay, table 13.
This is just going back to number 11, removing the word cheap, because I think it'll just act as a lightning rod for critics of the whole document, and it kind of gives an attitude of we want to make food more expensive, and I think a lot of people would react with hostility to that. So a proposed alternative wording would be, instead of cheap food policy, to be food provision policy.
Sorry, so I take, and so to respond to 13, table 4. Is that on?
Instead of saying cheap food policy, current food policy.
Okay, and I'm going to, Hillary's on 9.
Can I just clarify what's the correct technical term for the cheap food policy from the experts? Because it's governed, my understanding is, by decisions that were made in the EU whenever.
Micheál or James, would you like to speak to that? So Micheál O'Brien, perhaps?
I think the exact wording in the European policy is affordable food. But the thing is, everyone wants their food affordable, but the problem is that 50, 60 years ago, we were spending 80% of our income on food. Today in Ireland, for example, I think it's 15, 16 or 17% of our income on food. So, and the price of food that the farmer is receiving hasn't changed much in the last 20 or 30 years. So how to capture that in a phrase? It's you still want to have affordable food, and when I mentioned this point, I was saying at the same time it needed to be underpinned by a social security structure so that nobody wasn't able to afford food and they had nutritious food to eat. So it's not about making food more expensive. So I get that point from the table. So maybe cheap is the wrong word, but I don't think affordable grasps it either. So this isn't helping, I know. But maybe Micheál would have
Micheál, please, and then I'll see those hands, Brendan and Robert. Yeah.
I take the point, and the colleagues over there, on the word cheap will be misunderstood and misinterpreted. It's really about food policy from farm to fork, the balance between affordability and quality. I mean, it's a core objective of the Common Agriculture Policy is to actually ensure affordability of food and farmers' incomes. So I think cheap is a bit of a word that will actually be misinterpreted outside this room. So if anything, affordability, and it's really a balancing act between affordability and meeting biodiversity objectives.
Okay, thank you, Micheál. I can suggest something in a moment, but Brendan, Robert and Dan. So 8 first.
Sorry, I appreciate what people are saying about the negativity, potential negativity of cheap food policy, but it is a widely understood phrase, and I think the farming community as well would like to get away from the cheap food policy and be properly compensated for their efforts. So it may actually sound a bit negative, but it will. We need to be a little bit radical, and we need to engender some debate, and maybe having an anodyne word like, nice food policy is not going to work. So this is sort of a high-level recommendation that needs to capture people's attention.
Okay.
So I would like to keep it as it is.
Thank you, Brendan. Robert, is this suggesting? Yeah.
Yeah, and our suggested amendment is quite simple. Remove the word cheap and say Ireland's food policy.
Okay.
That was our suggestion.
But we can go back to table 4s and say Ireland's current food policy, potentially. Dan, table 6.
Yeah, I think the term cheap food policy is probably something that's recognised because we've been used to hearing it over the couple of weeks, but it is a kind of a term that is known across the board. I would like to keep it, but maybe the word underpriced could encapsulate cheap and might be a more appropriate word if people are uncomfortable with the word cheap.
Okay, I'm going to take my role as the 100th member now to suggest something, to say potentially the state must work with key stakeholders to review Ireland's current food policy in the context of the biodiversity crisis, particularly in agriculture and marine sectors, to balance between the quality and affordability of food. This review must take into consideration vulnerable sections of the population and ensure reasonable living standards of living, and result in a plan to address this issue. So it's to replace cheap with current, is what I'm hearing. And do we add in balance? Sorry, let's just take a vote on to replace cheap with current. A show of hands. Is that a majority? Vote against? Okay, it's a majority to remove cheap and put into current food policy. Do we need to incorporate the wording to balance between quality and affordability? I don't take it personally. A show of hands to include balance between quality and affordability of food. Okay, thank you, that's carried. So now, do we have the wording of 11? Thank you, Cathal, brilliant. Great. Now, we're finding our rhythm, okay. Is this to respond to this wording, Kenneth? Can we get a microphone to Kenneth? I feel like we need microphones on everyone now.
Stakeholders, that's the biggest problem, is the retailers. I'm coming from, I'm involved in that industry, and it's retailers who are the problem.
Okay, Kenneth, I'm going to stop you there, though. Are you going to suggest an amendment to it?
It's just the stakeholders, with key stakeholders. I think everyone needs primary producers, state, NGOs and retailers. Everyone, not...
So do you want to include the state must work with key stakeholders, including retailers? Or all stakeholders?
All stakeholders.
Okay. Okay. So a vote to replace key stakeholders with all stakeholders. All in favour? Okay, it's all stakeholders. Thank you, Kenneth. Great. We're getting somewhere now. Okay, further recommendation or further amendments to this section. Oh, 13 is ready now. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So, instead of what we had, which was a one line, now, the Assembly suggests to reduce the use of pesticides, the state should incentivise the use of natural, cost-friendly alternatives while regulating the domestic use of chemical pesticides and fertilisers. We're taking out herbicides because pesticides includes herbicides. We can put that in a note somewhere. This should coincide with the approval of schemes for the safe disposal of unused hazardous materials as well as their containers, and while maintaining food security. I think we can put food security after fertilisers. And sorry, James. We need more microphones. Do you know what? Could we take a microphone?
Micheál brought this to my attention here. The farm to fork strategy, as part of the European Green Deal, has a target already that Ireland has signed up to reduce by 50% the use and risk of chemical pesticides by 2030. And target 2 is to reduce by 50% the use of more hazardous pesticides by 2030. And also to reduce the use of fertilizer by 20% by 2030.
Oh, then do
It's
we
illegal.
include the wording?
Proposal. Yeah, it's a proposal by the European Commission.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest then, in response to that, James, do we put in at the beginning of this recommendation, in line with the EU farm to fork strategy?
Yeah.
To reduce the state should reduce, the state must reduce the use of something like that. Is that what we should include here then? I don't know why I'm asking. Okay. NASA. Take a vote on that.
Yeah, I quite like all of that, but I'm just thinking, I like the idea where we said we have to drastically reduce it. By putting all this in, we're saying we're not actually using and portraying that we really think pesticides should be actually drastically reduced. We're putting in line with this. I think maybe we just put a statement that pesticides have to be drastically reduced, and to deal with this, we should do this. I don't think we're actually setting out how drastic pesticides are what damage they're causing. Yeah, and I think it's just there should be another one-liner that needs to be drastically reduced and whatever after that. But we need to emphasise they have to be very much reduced.
So can you put that into a succinct wording, Nessa? Is it the original? We just keep the original proposal, keep the original line in there and add the rest of it?
I think you just put the first line in and then go on from there.
Okay. Now we've got two table 10.
You could just put drastically into between 2 and reduce, and it would take in the first line that we originally had and then brings it back into the new one. So in line with the farm to fork strategy, to drastically reduce the use of pesticides, and then that brings the strength back into the sentence, but puts in the detail that people are looking for.
Okay, thank you. Sheila, table 4.
Sorry, just when we put in the farm to fork, those targets aren't really drastic though. So
okay.
So if we're using them as that, we can't use both.
Okay, well, can we? Let's delete that then.
Well, I would prefer the drastic.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay, Cathal, can you take that out, and then we'll just take a vote on the drastically part, I think. Sorry. Yeah, control alt. So take out the in line with the farm to fork strategy. To drastically reduce the use of pesticides, the state should incentivise. So we can acknowledge somewhere else that the state has already signed up to some things. We're going to break the computer. Okay. Yeah, okay. Is to take a vote on that now, to drastically reduce is in there again. Show of hands, please. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Another recommendation or another amendment to this section. Brendan, table 8, please.
Sorry, I'd just like to suggest that we put in the word also in terms of the domestic thing, because otherwise it sort of nearly suggests that, I mean, the biggest use of pesticides, chemical fertilizers and etc. is in agriculture, but we're nearly skewing the thing towards domestic. Yeah, I agree domestic is important, but we need to, and I'm not too sure about it, we should incentivize, I mean, it should be reduced in line with the EU proposed policy, not we should incentivize it. I mean, we should do it. Huh?
But the room has decided on the incentivised part, Brendan, already.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Is that okay? Table 12.
Hi. How about we just remove the domestic and say, while also regulating use of chemical pesticides, etc., to keep it broader?
Okay, and Ken, to respond to that point?
Okay, I'm the one who came up with it. Okay. I walk into my agri store, I have to tell them, give my herd number and record exactly where I spread it, the rate. I have to store the storage in a safe bung everywhere. Then I can walk into Woody's anywhere, buy off the shelf, plus I have to have training done, and my sprayer has to be calibrated, so know exactly, there's buffer zones everywhere. But I, on a Saturday morning, decide to do a bit of gardening, walk into any shop, buy off the shelf, I can spread it anywhere I want, with no rates, no recording anywhere, and there's no regulation. And I think it's important, and also tidy towns, everyone else in the domestic.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. I'm going to take this. To drastically reduce the use of pesticides, the state should incentivise for domestic and industrial use natural, cost-friendly alternatives, while also regulating the use of chemical pesticides and fertilisers and maintaining food security. How about that? The state should incentivise the domestic and industrial use of natural, cost-friendly alternatives. I feel like we want to go back on, okay, all right. We'll come back to 13 in a little while, okay? I think we need to take a break from it. Okay, try and get over the line. To drastically reduce the use of pesticides, the state should incentivise the domestic and industrial use of natural, cost-friendly alternatives to chemical pesticides and fertilisers. No, I'm reading that wrong. Cost-friendly alternatives while also regulating the use of, there's where the commas are, chemical pesticides and fertilisers and maintaining food security. I don't like the maintaining food security. While also maintaining food security. This should coincide with the improving of schemes for the safe disposal of unused hazardous materials, as well as their containers. Okay, this is better. We may need to just comment on it again. Robert, is this? Okay, go on, yeah.
No, that's completely wrong, sorry.
Okay.
But no, because you're actually incentivising the use, that's what that reads. You're saying incentivise the use in domestic. Yes, but that's not what we want to do.
No. Okay, this is what I mean. I want to go away from it now. We just need a quiet moment with that sentence, and we'll show it up again in a couple of minutes. I'd like a quiet moment with that now. Microphone.
Hi, I kind of think the use of pesticides has two areas of use. Like in agriculture, it's necessary in certain areas, but like in a domestic setting, possibly it isn't necessary. So I think that this should be separated into a food security topic and the use of it domestically, or in to keep things looking pretty. Like, so I think it's a separate thing altogether. Like, we definitely individually need to use less pesticides to maintain things to look pretty, but farmers need a certain amount of it. So for me, it's a separate recommendation.
Okay, I think I'm just going to break from this now because we might need to just all think about it for a couple of minutes. Allow me that freedom, and I promise we'll come back to this later on. Is there anything else in this section? Okay, number 1.
Acknowledging the varied landscapes across the island of Ireland. I think acknowledging is a very woolly and passive word, and I would recommend the following. Our table have Ireland's varied landscapes must be supported and appropriate monitoring systems designed to suit their local environment. It's very much the same, but it's just more stronger.
Yeah. Okay. All in favour of, can you say it again, Nessa?
Yeah. Ireland's varied landscapes must be supported and appropriate monitoring systems designed to suit their local environment.
All in favour? Great, thank you. Carried. Responses to, sorry, Emma?
Sorry, just to add to that one, supported and monitored. Is that up there?
Yeah.
Supported and appropriate monitoring. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay. Table 4.
Could we add there, just a complete add, higher incentives and support should be provided to those who prioritise the preservation and restoration of rare and threatened species.
Sorry, where is this,
So
Sheila?
to go on the end of that one.
At the end of 14?
Yeah.
Okay.
So higher incentives / support should be provided to those who prioritise the preservation and restoration of rare and threatened species. Prioritise the preservation and restoration of rare and threatened species.
We'll fix this up in a minute, yeah. Yeah. Provided to those who... Okay, show of hands. All in favour of this extra line? Sorry, show of hands? Yeah, okay, that's the room. Okay, thank you. Carried. Okay, other additions to this section? Table 1, Robert?
It's not just me, by the way, just the whole table.
Yeah.
But back at number 8, we mentioned not limiting to national networks. If we're saying we're not limiting, we think we should remove it. So what we're suggesting is, as a matter of urgency, areas and species of high nature value should be protected.
Right.
So from high nature value,
so
remove the reference to the Natura 2000 sites. Should be protected. Now, we know that might be controversial.
Well,
so
we get to vote on it
yeah,
now.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so do people agree with the removal of the Natura, the National Network of Natura sites and protected species?
Should be protected.
All those in favour?
Just wait till it's fully there now. Yeah.
Okay, all those against? Not carried. Okay, this is it in action. Thank you, Table 1.
Democracy, huh?
This is democracy. As Art said, yeah, the line, the people have spoken, more recommendations or more changes to this section, please. Table 9. Gary.
Hi there. Just wondering about number 15, because we're wondering about the essence of that one is about our global responsibility. So we were thinking about changing the wording of it completely because it just sounded a little bit unclear about what we were trying to say. So we wanted to say Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility in terms of our consumerism, resource usage, and international biodiversity was the change.
Gary, can you repeat that again, please?
Seamus.
Seamus, sorry. What did I think you were called, Gary? That's Gary, sorry. Oh my God. Oh, that's so bad. I do apologise. Sorry, Seamus. Can you say it again, please?
So Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility in terms of our consumerism, our resource usage, and our international biodiversity. Because we were unclear about what the meaning of it was to begin with. And we thought it was more about our global responsibility.
Is that to replace the first sentence or
Yeah.
all of it?
All of it.
To replace the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah.
And delete the first part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Seamus.
Thanks.
Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility in terms of our consumerism, our resource usage, and our international biodiversity responsibilities. Yes. Okay. To respond to this, anything? Okay. Show of hands to agree to this new wording. All in favour? Okay. That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Anything else in this section? Micheál? I don't think you're allowed to propose an amendment. No, I know you're responding to it. Thank you.
It's just
1
a
second,
comment,
please.
just going back to something, the amendment that was made on number 14 was a good amendment, but it just took out the only reference that was there to the island of Ireland. Right?
Okay.
And I just want to point that out. It would be a shame to lose that. If you take it out there, I suggested we might try and find a way of putting it in, at least in the area later in this session, on biodiversity research and data, that it should be done on an all-island basis. We've dropped it here, let's not drop it and cross the whole paper. That's the comment I'm making. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Micheál, and I appreciate that. However, I cannot put it forward because it has to come from the members, but we'll take that into account in suggestions for rewording. Hilary, table 9.
Can I just propose we look at the text in 14 and put in on the island of Ireland?
Yeah, that's how this works. Thank you. So, Ireland's varied landscapes across the island must be supported in appropriate blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I don't mean that. It's a very important recommendation. Sorry. Donna, on table 6.
Hi, just on 15. I don't think we should lose the...
Sorry, I thought, is this to respond to 14 before we vote on that amendment? No, sorry, I'll just take that in a second. So, to include across the island, that wording, can we have a show of hands? All in favour? Great, carried. Thank you. Sorry, now Donna, 15.
Sorry.
Don't apologise.
On 15, so I don't think we should lose the one-size-fits-all approach is no longer feasible because different places do need different measures. So I kind of think that maybe put that in at the end again.
So Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility in terms of our consumerism, our resource usage and our international biodiversity responsibilities. A one-fits-all approach is no longer feasible. I'm not sure it works there now though. Hilary, your hand is up, but Keith also had his hand up on table 4, so we'll go to Keith first. Is this to respond to this? Yeah, okay, Keith, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I think the Act Local...
Can you stand up? Sorry,
yeah.
Keith, thank you, just
Losing
for the cameras.
the Act Local, if you tie that back in, it'll probably take care of that as well.
Mhm.
So Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility in its local actions in terms of our consumerism, our resource usage and our international biodiversity responsibilities. So I think keeping local actions in, I think is important.
So your suggestion is responsibility in terms of responsibility, comma, through our local actions or just through our local actions? Okay. Thank you. Dan and... sorry, yeah. And then we'll take
Just on the
various
last
votes
line,
on
the
that.
one
Yeah.
size fits all approach is no longer feasible. It was never feasible, so it should be as not appropriate.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah. Okay. Hilary, table 9.
Yeah, and I suppose this was probably what started the conversation. We weren't clear about the one size fits all. What were we talking about? what one size fits, what does it refer to? And that was in the original text as much as anything. So that was why, when we read the original text, we were going, what is the one size approach they're talking about in this paragraph?
If
So-
it's for a single policy approach?
It's probably just I mean, this recommendation came from the tables, but my understanding is that the one-size-fits-all was trying to centralise a single national policy to cover all cases, and that's no longer appropriate. We need to be specific for specific situations, that's all.
Okay, and it's just, we felt that if we couldn't understand what it meant after being in this room, that sending it to government, so we need to be careful how we word it.
This is messy now, but while I think a one-size-fits-all policy approach is not appropriate, it's important to put in. I think we have it, and I'll check now in a minute, I think we have it later in terms of agriculture stuff. If with the rewording that we originally agreed, suggested by Seamus, is going to go in there, a one-size-fits-all policy approach in terms of global stuff, I'm not sure it fits here. And I'm just saying that as chair now, I don't know if this makes sense, but I understand the reasoning to want to put it back in, Donna, but I'm not sure if this is the line to put it in. But what does the room feel about it? Should we include the last sentence, and with that, through our local actions? Potentially, yeah, okay. Okay, so how do we deal with this? So let's just vote on 15. Does the room agree with including the last sentence in this one-size-fits-all policy approach is not appropriate? All in favour? Against? Okay, so we'll take it out here, but we may put it back in somewhere else. Just the line, not the whole thing. Okay, and is it still appropriate to include through our local actions? All in favour of keeping through our local actions? All in favour? Okay, and that's keeping in there. Great. Excellent, thank you, Tim. Okay, to go to 13, should we give this to Cathal, or I'll call it out first? Okay. In order to drastically reduce the use of pesticides, the state should incentivise the domestic and industrial use of natural, cost-friendly alternatives. It should also regulate the use of chemical pesticides and fertilisers while maintaining food security. This should coincide with the improvement of schemes for the safe disposal of unused hazardous materials as well as their containers. Thank you, Tim. Let's give that to Cathal. I think that makes sense now. That's what we need, somebody to put some clarity. This is the sausage making I talked about last week. No one should see how policy is written. No one. 8. Brendan, microphone, please.
Yeah, I think it's very well worded now, but I just think it says drastically reduce the use of pesticides in line with the EU proposed policy, because that will actually give specific targets, 20, 30, whatever %. It makes more sense to get things done that way.
Okay, so just to take that point, Brendan, Sheila's point earlier was, are they ambitious enough? But your point is, it gives it a measure that we've already signed up to. Okay, so the suggestion for the amendment here is to add in line with the EU policy, and we'll name it. Okay, so all in favour of that? Sorry. Okay, sorry, let me just... Rebecca, is this to follow up on Brendan's point? Yeah, okay.
It was just to suggest beyond what's the EU recommend or the EU legislation.
Okay, so this is where, let's just take that now. Okay, and we'll take Micheál's point on this, and then before we go to clarify it. Thank you, Micheál.
Thanks. Just to be clear, the EU Farm to Fork, it's a proposed piece of legislation that's coming forward, and that is a 50% reduction by 2030. That's extremely ambitious, because we're now actually on the verge of 2023. So that's in the next 7 years, a 50% reduction. It also, and I think something that you need to consider, it also has a very strong focus on agriculture, where that's the, think about it in terms of biodiversity, that's where the greatest impact of use of pesticides is. It's in agricultural landscapes, and I think you need to be careful not to overlook that point, because some people might not interpret industrial as including agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Micheál. And I'm just making eye contact with Rebecca to say it's okay to cut that. And so now we'll go with the in line with the EU policy, and we will name that policy. All in favour of including this addition in bold that Brendan suggested? All in favour? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Great, we got 13. Well done, everybody. That was a team effort. Okay, yeah, that's only 3. Oh no. Okay. Is this a recommendation on another one? Hilary, what are you doing? Okay, get the microphone. Just give Hilary the microphone, and then we'll come to Adele in 7.
Sorry, just picking up on the point about the use of the word industrial. I think there's probably some consideration of that, incentivize domestic, and I mean industrial. Do people understand that to include agriculture in general in the room?
Okay, so what's the amendment?
Just to propose another word instead of industrial, because...
And what's the other word? Commercial? Okay. Should incentivize the domestic and commercial use. So all in favour of commercial versus industrial. Okay, that's carried. Thank you, Hilary. Was there another one? Robert, and then Adele had her hand up over here.
Sorry, number 14 again.
No, let's stay on 13 for a moment. Okay, Adele, is this for 13?
It's a good one.
Different? Okay, sorry, go on, 14, yeah.
14, yeah. We've mentioned landscapes. We've seemed to have forgotten about the seas. So
Excellent.
I think it should be Ireland's varied land and seascapes across and around the island.
Okay, sorry, I shouldn't have said excellent, swaying the
That's my
room.
proposal.
All in favour? Okay, great, thank you. Table 7. Thank you. Table 1.
Just for number 5, we wanted to change the wording of a vision to a plan, just because we think this is a bit religious. We'd like something a bit more tangible, I think. Should have said that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think I put in vision because I think they need a vision, like they need an oversight, but I guess it mightn't be the right word. So replace vision with plan in 5. All in favour? Okay. Is that a carry? Can I get hands up again? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. It's plan. Okay, so the state must provide and communicate a plan for the conservation and restoration of biodiversity for the benefit of its people. It must be upheld and adopted across all government departments. Well, I mean, if they just did that in and of itself, would be grand. Okay, anything else in this section? Robert? Yes, table 1, please. I mean, thank you.
Sorry, but can we not just say the state must provide, communicate, and implement a plan?
Yeah.
Because they can just throw a plan on the table.
Okay, so the wording is state must provide, communicate, and implement a plan. All in favour? Okay, great, carried. Okay, how are we on this section? Anything else on this first section of document A? This is great fun. Okay, okay, wonderful. We're moving to strategy. Okay, S1 to S8. How are we? Oh, sorry, Mary. Mary has her hand up. Can we get, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, just from a sort of drafting perspective for number 15 about the global action, global responsibilities, local action, including local action. Just it makes sense.
Sorry, Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility, including our local.
Including through local action.
Okay. Again, would anyone like to? Is there anyone who wants to suggest that? Ailish, table 7. Okay. Thank you, Ailish, for suggesting this amendment. Ireland needs to recognise its global responsibility, including through our local actions in terms of consumerism resources. Lovely. Okay. All in favour? Carried. Thank you very much, Ailish and Mary. Okay. Great. We're on to strategy. Recommendations from the room. Table 6, Dan. And then we'll come to table 2. Oh, great. 7 minutes. To
S6, where it talks about the number of biodiversity officers in each local authority area. I think you should read that each local authority must have a dedicated biodiversity officers, and the number being determined by the population density, so that you don't have one for the 4 in each borough in Dublin. And
do you know what I'm
going
to ask? Do you have that wording there? Can you just give that to Cathal for a second? Thank you. Or to Tim. Yeah, and Tim will give that to Carl, and we'll vote on it in a minute when we see it. Is that okay, Dan? Thank you. Table 2?
Yeah, sorry, mine was the same as that.
Oh, same.
It's very similar.
Very similar. Grant. We'll vote on that in a second. Table 8, Emma?
Hiya, just to add full-time dedicated biodiversity officers.
Great, and we'll vote on that one now in a second. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Okay, are we on strategy? Table 9? Elaine?
Hi, we actually just wanted to make a consideration. Actually, do you want to give it because you're wording? Okay.
Fiona, sorry.
We were hoping to add that the amount of biodiversity officers might be proportionate to the land mass or amount of habitat. So one in each local authority might not be appropriate.
Yeah, that's what we have in this upcoming wording now.
Sorry.
Not at all. No, it's not.
We
You
agree.
haven't seen it yet. Perfect. Is there any other ones? Because I think we'll finesse 6 in a second. Hilary, a different strategy one?
Yeah, S2. Just there must be a whole of state approach to drafting and implementing a new statutory national biodiversity plan. And I just wanted to query if we should put in brackets after that aligned with the climate action plan, because I just fear that you go off and draft a whole biodiversity one, and if you don't look at it aside the climate action plan, that there might be conflicts emerge. So
Okay, so your suggestion is to
put in
aligning
brackets aligned with the climate action plan.
Okay, all in favour of that amendment? Great, thank you. That is carried. Sheila?
Sorry, we have one for S2 that I've just deleted. No, so in the second sentence, this and subsequent. So this and subsequent plans must not be constrained by electoral cycles and should have clearly defined ecological targets, in brackets, i.e. the number of species on the list, the numbers of species on the at-risk list is halved.
Okay, we might just bring that wording up to Cathal. Thank you. Great, table 5.
Just on that one as well,
Tony?
this and subsequent plans must not be constrained by electoral cycles and should have clearly defined ecological targets with appropriate monitoring.
Okay. How are we going on that now? Looks like that makes sense. Okay. So there must be a whole of state approach to drafting and implementing a new statutory national biodiversity action plan aligned with the climate action plan, supported by legislation and properly funded. This and subsequent plans must not be constrained by electoral cycles. It should have clearly defined ecological targets, e.g. the number of species on the at-risk list is halved, with appropriate monitoring and timelines to which all parties at national, regional and local levels are fully committed. There's a lot of detail in there, it's good. Okay. Have we agreement on adding in ecological targets? All in favour? Okay, with appropriate monitoring, all in favour? Okay, thank you everyone. That's 2 done. Can we go back to 6 now, please? Thank you. Each local authority should have 1 full-time dedicated biodiversity officer, the number which should be determined by population density and environmental and land mass, okay. By population density and land mass. Okay. In favour of this amendment? All in favour? Okay. It's carried. Okay, let me just come over to table 5. Yeah.
Hello, Paul's my name. I just think at least 1 should be put in. Each local authority should have at least 1 full-time dedicated biodiversity officer.
So, Paul, is this to include in the second line somewhere?
Each local authority should have at least 1 full-time dedicated officer.
Right. At least 1 full-time dedicated biodiversity officer. The total number of which should be determined by, does that make sense then? Okay, thank you. So, yeah. And coast, okay. So, we'll take a vote on this one. First of all, at least one full-time dedicated biodiversity officer. All in favour? Okay. And now, amendment here in table 2 is to add in, like we have that there. Okay, I think we don't need to take a vote on that, do we? Well, all in favour to the coast. Okay, great. Now, another amendments from table 1. David had his hand up, and then NASA.
It's about S5. Oh yeah. Have we?
I just go, as we're on 6, sorry, don't be
Okay.
bossy. But I just think, I know you told us off about this, but I think we should have, each local authority must have at least one rather than
Oh, I
should
didn't
just.
tell you off. I just said we could do a
I think
replace
it has
all.
to be must here,
Yeah.
though.
Okay. Okay, whoa. Okay. Table 6, Dan, and then, sorry, David, then the floor is back to you. We'll go to Dan because this is on. You can keep the microphone with him. Yeah, there's 3 microphones doing the rounds now.
Just on 6, if you put in at least one, local authorities will say we only have to have one. They will aim for the minimum.
We just voted on it, Dan, though, and it carried. Sorry. Okay. I'm moving back to David now. Okay.
Yeah, mine's for S5, and it's in addition to recent developments in judicial structures, the state must develop an environmental court or equivalent at High Court, circuit and district levels. I'd like to add to uphold the rights of the environment and the rights of people, to hold policymakers and the citizens to account.
Yes. Can I just ask, though, can we vote on that without voting on if we're going to put the rights of nature into law, first of all?
Just to indicate that there are 2 sets of rights here at stake, and that the court is not just to uphold one and not the other.
Okay.
So I'd
Thank you,
be
David.
happy with just the hold policymakers and citizens to account.
Okay, we'll take that wording, David, and we'll put it up. If you want, can you give that? Do you have the notes for that wording?
Yeah.
And we'll give that to so to hold policymakers and citizens to account.
Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Okay, all in favour of including in order to hold policymakers and citizens to account? So can I just vote on that first? So, comment on this directly, Hilary? Okay, go on.
Sorry, it's just while we're on this one, I think we should be very clear on what we're asking for. We're saying in addition to recent developments in judicial structures, which I presume is a reference to the planning court that's been announced, and there's 15 High Court judges dedicated to planning going forward. Are we saying in addition, or are we saying that those structures must incorporate environmental decisions? And maybe do we need an expert view on this? I just want to make sure we're very clear on what we're actually recommending when there is 15 planning officers that will be coming, 15 planning judges that will be coming on. Surely there's some expertise there. I don't know if someone's able to
Fiona, I
give us
think
the
that
view on
was in addition to the recent developments. That's where it is. So, Kenneth, you have something to say specifically to that point, and then we might ask Mary to come in. Yeah.
Citizens, what about businesses and corporate what about business? We're letting businesses and other identities off the hook there.
Fair enough, but we haven't voted on including that line just yet. So I take your point, but we might come back to it. I think we need to talk to Mary about the recent developments, first of all, to clarify to Fiona's point before we go to David and Kenneth's points. Mary, please.
I'll keep this short. So basically, the recent developments involve the Planning and Environmental Court, so it's technically meant to be both. I'm sorry, it's a division within the court, but it's essentially a court. So with that recommendation, I think if the government saw that and were to abide by it, they would then create a similar one at the district and circuit court levels. So they probably wouldn't create a new one at the High Court, but there's no reason that you can't go and include that too. Does that answer enough, or do you have another aspect to that?
So we're just saying, is that to clarify, if there are High Court judges now, this recommendation is saying do this at circuit and district level as well?
Yes.
Okay. So Fiona, is that okay? Microphone.
Can I suggest that we make that very specific then, so that the government don't say, we did that, they've done it at High Court level, and we can say, the state must, in addition to recent developments on judicial, environmental and planning structures, for example, the state must implement environmental courts at circuit and district levels as well. Mary, would that capture what, just, I don't know.
So in addition to recent developments in judicial structures in environment and planning, the state must develop an environmental court or equivalent at
circuit and
district levels.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, I think you could probably cut the or equivalent, because I'm the only sort of person who would go and be
Right.
persnickety and say or equivalent.
Grant. And take out High Court because it's already been done there.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So once we do that now, okay. So without, in order to hold policymakers and citizens to account, that first change that's been made, all in favour, raise your hand. Okay, great. Now, to add in order to hold policymakers and citizens to account, all in favour, or to respond to that, should we add in policymakers, business and citizens to account? Okay, policymakers, what's a better line there? Businesses, okay, and citizens to account. Corporations. I don't. Okay, so now, all in favour of this point, to hold policymakers, businesses and citizens to account, all in favour of including that? Okay, and that's the room, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Now, we've hit an hour. Yeah. We definitely need a break.
Give it 15 minutes. We're due a coffee break at 25.
We're due, okay.
So, 15 minutes.
Okay, can we hold on for 15 more minutes until coffee break? Okay, should we just all stand up for a moment? This is what I would do with my first years. I would get them to like jump around or do like a little clap dance or something. Or Carl can sit down for a moment. Okay. Macarena. That's what you were going to do, Sabrina. I saw that. It's a good idea. If we had our guitars. Okay, this is work. This is good work. We're getting through it. Well done, everybody. Okay, we're on our strategy. This is great. I didn't think we would be getting this far. Okay. Any more strategy recommendations? Okay. Table 3 and table 11 and table 9 and table 7. Okay, I'm going to go to table 7 first, if we can get a microphone to Ailish.
Hi, just for S4, just if we could add in the increased biodiversity as well onto the end, just because it was highlighted, the pyramid to be,
For halting biodiversity and restoring biodiversity?
and then improving on top of that to go above and beyond to the next level.
Okay, so I think restoration does restoration not mean that, no? Improving it? Okay, sorry, no.
I'm just going based, on the triangle where it's like just maintaining and then
So
above
for
to improve.
halting the biodiversity loss, restoring and improving biodiversity. That's
Something
the
along
suggestion
those lines, yeah.
in S4. Okay, so a vote on including and improving. Or increasing, sorry. Sorry, Ailish. Enhancing. So for halting biodiversity loss, restoring and enhancing, increasing, improving. What word did you say? Enhancing?
Beyond and improve.
Okay. So table 4 is whispering, enhancing. We'll take a vote from the room. All in favour of including and enhancing? Okay, thank you. That's passed. Okie doke. Strategy. Sorry. Thank you.
As for as well, we wanted to insert word achievable in addition to ambitious.
Okay, so to have clear targets with achievable, ambitious
And achievable.
ambitious and achievable timelines. Okay. All in favour of and achievable? show a show of hands. Okay, and against including that? Okay, so it's passed with ambitious and achievable timelines. Okay, other strategy? 9, Hilary, this is yeah.
Sorry, and this is maybe a structural issue, so you can tell me whether it's misplaced or not. Just on S8, the consideration of the output from the Children and Young People's Assembly on biodiversity loss. Personally, I would like to see that up in the front table, the acknowledgement of their contribution and how seriously we're taking it. And, you know, so I think it should be put into the main recommendations that we listen to the children, and we should listen to the children because it's for them ultimately.
Okay, so all in favour of moving this from S8 and putting it into a 17th recommendation in that first section? Is that the suggestion, Hilary? Yeah, okay, so all in favour, show of hands, please. Wonderful, that's carried, so that's moving to 17 in the main recommendations. Okay, thank you. Any other strategy? Well done, everyone. Okay, great. So, fun and easy stuff of funding and economics. FE1 to FE7. Kenneth, table 10.
It's not as controversial as the last one. FE5, the state and central bank should introduce a lower green rate for loans that fund biodiversity initiatives.
Okay. I'm just going to ask, can we, as a Citizens' Assembly, recommend that the central bank do something? If I look to the bank. The central bank doesn't give loans, apparently, so... Hold on a second, Kenneth.
Who regulates the banks? That's where I'm coming from, to make sure that on the rate of loans.
Yeah, well, I mean, the central bank doesn't give loans, but it does regulate the banks. So, but I mean, I think the state is probably big enough, an infrastructural machinery to carry that particular amendment. I don't think it benefits from the inclusion of central bank.
That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but that's
enough to be able to
it's enough.
On what the recommendation is looking for.
Okay. Kenneth, with that response in mind, are you happy with that? That saying the state is big enough for that?
Loans. As long as there is that we'll be able to get green rate loans in the future.
And we can include that in the text to this section, that we can say that by the state we mean those who are giving the loans. Okay. Thank you. FE1 to FE7, table 5, please.
Thank you. Hi, we just had for FE4 to, instead of contribute, say enhance.
Okay, thanks, Jean. So planning levies should include, sorry. Am I reading the right one? Sorry. Planning, to enhance. Is that the suggestion, Jean? Okay, so all in favour of including to enhance biodiversity? Okay, thank you, that's carried. Did I see a hand there? Yeah, table 8.
Hiya, it's just for FE7. So it currently reads funds raised through all renewable energy production, and we just think it should be funds raised through all energy production for biodiversity.
Okay, so take out, the state should ring fence a percentage of funds raised through all energy production for biodiversity conservation measures, okay? To agree with deleting renewable, all those in favour raise your hand. Okay, passed, thank you. Okay, FE1 to FE7. Table 4, please. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, just on FE2, FE3, sorry. The state should significantly increase commitments and long-term funding with specific and targeted tax incentives and tax breaks to incentivise and support the regenerative economy, green technology, biodiverse activities.
Thank you, Keith. So it's to include the wording with specific and targeted tax incentives and tax breaks. Okay? Okay. So all in favour of this addition to FE3, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Then that's passed. Okay, FE1 to FE7, table 9.
Just on FE7, the state should ring fence a percentage of funds raised through all energy production for biodiversity conservation measures. I just don't know why we specifically target the energy industry here, and I think we've already said elsewhere that we should have dedicated budgets, etc., 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 to biodiversity. So I'm not sure this is what this is adding.
So are you suggesting it be deleted, Hilary?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see what it adds, and again, I'm just focused on the fact that if we keep saying the same thing as you read through a document and you're saying, oh, that was said already, it just gets a bit repetitive and less powerful.
Okay, there may be merit in pointing to a specific industry, but your motion is to delete FE7, so all those in favour to delete FE7? And all those against? So it stays in. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, FE1 to FE7. Table 8.
Sorry, so just one more amendment to FE4. We think it should say planning levies should include a ring-fenced contribution to enhance biodiversity.
So a ring-fenced
Contribution.
So to include the wording of ring-fenced.
Thank you.
All those in favour? And those against? Emma, can you speak to what ring-fenced means in this regard? I'm asking because it looked like it was a 50-50 there.
Yeah, it does seem 50-50. I think what we mean, or what we meant, is that like a designated portion of the planning levies should, without a doubt, be used to enhance, rather than just a blasé contribution. Like that could mean, like a big company could contribute $1 million to it, or like a small housing might only do 100,000, whereas like a definitive, this is what it should be, maybe across the board.
Okay. I wonder, Marcus, would you have anything to say to that? Perhaps if it's wording issue, it might be.
Yeah, I think that's been the problem with a lot of levies, is that, you know, in the good times, a lot of money can go to it, but of course after a while it diminishes. So proportional ring fencing is definitely something that should be done, and not just to enhance, but also to conserve and restore biodiversity. But again, it's one of those things which is a political issue. You're not going to be in trouble over it.
Okay, so that's a suggestion to say proportional ring fence, which maybe looks to developments being very large or very small. So,
or proportion or a percentage. If you look at like the carbon tax, how that can be influential in creating transport infrastructure, in public infrastructure, but yet the more people who use, the more carbon goes down, the less tax there will be levies to come.
So would table 8 like to suggest this wording or a different wording? And Mary, I'll come to you then after that.
I think we're happy to suggest that wording.
The proportional ring-fenced contribution. Okay, Mary, you have a comment on that?
Sorry, just to clarify for people, there are two different aspects to that. The proportionate or set amount is about the quantity, and that's very important as a consideration. The other bit is the ring-fenced, and ring-fenced I took to mean something entirely different from what you then said. Ring-fenced means that it's used for that specific purpose. So it's emphasising that it is to be used only for biodiversity. And proportionate ring-fencing merges both of those, so you are voting on two separate things there, and it's just to be aware of that. They're both important, they're both relevant, but it's two separate questions there.
Okay, so with that in mind, table. Sorry, Marcus.
If you move the ring fence to the other side of contribution, so your proportional contribution ring fence.
So, okay, so table 8 then. Are you happy to go with planning levy should include a proportional contribution to ring fence No, ring fenced to conserve and enhance biodiversity.
Yes, I think we are, yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
so a proportional contribution, ring fenced to conserve and enhance biodiversity. Now, with that in mind, are the room in favour of this changed wording? Okay, wonderful. That's passed. Thank you. And now it's time for coffee. Well done, everyone. We did well. We did well. That was good. That was good. I'll come back with a plan after 15 minutes. Another 5, okay. Caffeine and sugar boost for the rest of our relaxing afternoon. Oh, is this our timer for coffee? I'm going to override it. Let's get back to work. Okay, we may as well throw away our plan for this weekend. But let's get through this, okay? So what we're going to suggest, had to go in and think about it there. We had to, for a few minutes. Our additional experts who so kindly gave up their Saturday, Marcus, Mihal and Donal, won't be with us tomorrow. So I think we should get time to work on document B while they are here, because we won't have them to call on. So we're going to suggest working on these amendments and additions and deletions to document A up until a hard deadline of 5 o'clock. If we get it done before then, great. At 5 o'clock, we move to document B and we use the expertise in the room if we, as much as we have to, and we'll come back to it again tomorrow, but we just use the expertise that we have in the room for document B up until 6 o'clock. So is the room feeling okay about that? Is there a question? Yeah, is that okay? Okay, so we're going to work on document A until a hard deadline of 5 to give ourselves that at least an hour to work on document B while we have the experts in the room. I appreciate this is an awful lot to take on. This is the work, the culmination of it, and like no policy ever gets made with 99 people in a room, or whoever, 87 I think or so that are here. This is messy. This is too many cooks. but this is the cooks. I got 99 people who are here to make policy, and we don't have a problem about that. That's a really bad joke of anybody. I tried that one out of my husband, and he said, no, you shouldn't. Yeah. We'll put on the Jay-Z song later. Okay. We did FE1 to FE7, and I think we've got that nailed. I know, I won't go into comedy. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Sorry, is this for fund FE? Okay. Table 4, microphone, please.
So yeah, I'm just conscious that we're spending an awful lot more than we're actually planning on funding. So I think we need to look at another way. Born out of this morning's conversation, I haven't got the exact wording, but I think we should probably look at the state needing to engage with corporations and big business leaders to establish their responsibilities as major resource users and develop a structure for their contribution to funding biodiversity.
Okay, Keith, so this is maybe to build on Sustainable Finance Ireland talk, is it?
Yes, this would be FE8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I actually took down some wording, and I think it was based on a question that Hillary asked Stephen. And it was something like, the Assembly supports government making Ireland a lead in sustainable finance. Something like that. Is that along the lines of what you're saying, Keith? Sorry, and I'm just going to say this to everyone. Don't get rid of the microphone just after you said something, because we inevitably have a conversation.
So yeah, I think it's probably finding a mechanism where they can engage with big business and corporations, be it through a forum of some kind perhaps, where they can actually start to put them under pressure to start working out how much they're going to start paying towards it.
Okay, does sustainable finance come into this, as in finance with a sustainable...
Yes, but I think it's more specific than that. I think it's actually getting to own up to the responsibilities as major resource users, that they have a fiscal responsibility to be contributing to it.
Okay, so this is the wording that you've suggested. So the state needs to engage with corporations and big business leaders, maybe we'll change the language, to establish their responsibilities as major resource users and develop a structure for their contribution to funding biodiversity. The state needs to create a mechanism or forum to engage with corporations and big business leaders. I think that's the Sustainable Ireland that's already there,
something
but
like
we
that,
support that perhaps. Maybe that second line is, the Assembly supports government making Ireland a lead in sustainable finance.
Yep.
Okay, so the state needs to engage with corporations. I think there's probably a better phrasing than big business leaders. So we'll work on that in a second. To establish their responsibilities as major resource users and develop a structure for their contribution to funding biodiversity, the Assembly supports government making Ireland a leader in sustainable finance. We'll take that because we just...
If people are generally in favour, but then Tim can wordsmith it first.
Oh yeah, no pressure, Tim. Okay, in large agreement with the sentiment of this statement being included in FE recommendations. All in favour? Okay, that's the majority of the room. I'm going to leave it there for a second now and ask what, if any, changes to wording would the room like to include. And Brendan, table 8.
Sorry, I'm just curious to know what is meant by major resource users. I mean, I agree with the sentiment, but I think, for instance, would that cover Glenbee or large agricultural combines as well, or is it talking about industry, or what exactly is it talking about?
So is that users of natural resources? Is that the question?
As long as it's intended to be everybody and not just say industry or something like that.
Okay. Do we have a phrasing?
What's the intention behind that phrase, major resource users? Who are you talking about?
It covers all kinds of resources, from data centres, energy, so any resources, any natural resources that we have, or any energy generation resources, or even people, or even traffic, in terms of people commuting, habitating, all that kind of stuff. So everything that they need to actually run the business.
And that's fine, I have no issue with that, but one of the major resource users is agriculture. And are you suggesting, and I wouldn't object to it, that there should be a contribution to funding biodiversity from the agri-business sector? which again would be great, but I just want to be clear that we're including everybody. It's not just energy companies.
Okay, so I'm going to take that, Keith, now, because Tim might come to our rescue here again. The state needs to engage with corporations and large businesses who are major users of natural resources, something like that, to establish their responsibilities and develop a structure. Okay, sorry. And again, maybe we'll come back to this one in a moment when we've had a little bit of space to consider wording. Hilary, is this to this point or a new one? Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, just the second sentence on F8. The Assembly supports government making Ireland a global leader in sustainable finance models, I think, is it?
Okay. Grant.
And sorry, should it be a separate point? I'm not sure they're directly linked. You know, well,
Potentially.
they're
Yeah. Okay. So let's consider the first sentence first. The state needs to engage with corporations and large businesses who are major users of natural resources to develop a structure for their contribution to funding biodiversity. To funding the enhancement and conservation. Again, I think we actually need to go away and come back to this in a few minutes. So we'll leave that. Anything else for FE before we take a break from that one for a second? No, wonderful. We'll come back to that one in a couple of minutes. Okay, accountability and compliance, AC1 and AC2. Any tables to recommend? Amendments, additions, deletions? Table 2 to Nicole, please.
Hi there. So we're recommending a new one, or to be incorporated somewhere anyway, for individuals who are involved with enforcement, such as Garda Síochána members and prosecutors, should be sufficiently educated in biodiversity issues and provided with training. So.
Okay, again, Nicole, I might ask to get that wording directly up to Cathal.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. So we'll give time to Cathal. Anything else on AC? Yeah, table 13.
This is AC2. Just the last sentence. And should be held accountable and incur the cost of undoing the damage.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Charles. So in AC2, sanctions should be proportionate to the offence so that they adequately discourage negative behaviour. Each department, organisation and agency responsible for enforcement should be provided with a clear remit, have sufficient resourcing, should be held accountable and... Sorry, yeah, if we can keep the microphone with the person.
Yeah, and incur the cost of undoing the damage.
Lovely. Incur the cost of undoing the damage. Okay. Sorry, Dan, to that direct point, yes? Okay.
On AC2, talking about sanctions proportionate to the offence, if it's fines, they should be linked to the turnover of the company, if it is a company that's been fined, because if you have a large company getting a small fine, they don't care, they'll do it again, they can just pay the fine every time.
So what's the suggestion, Dan, sorry?
So that if it's a monetary fine, the sanction, if it's a monetary fine, it should be linked to their turnover. It should hit them hard if they're a big company, so that they're discouraged from doing it again.
Can I ask you for specific wording on that, Dan? Sorry.
Sanction should be, or fines should be linked to the turnover of, if it's a corporation.
I'm going to argue with it that adequately discourage is in there. Like if you have a specific wording, we can vote on it. But if not, I'm going to suggest that it's actually...
It's there already. Okay, fair enough.
But if you want to vote on a specific wording, we can. Sorry, okay, so otherwise, Dan, I'll go to 10. Edward?
Yeah, so just decided to add another word to AC2. Responsible for enforcement should be provided with training and clear remit. That's why we don't need to use AC3.
Thank you, Edward. Okay, so I'm going to take those two separately now. So, AC2, to include and incur the cost of undoing the damage. All those in favour? Sorry, Brendan? Pardon?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Just before you vote on it, that phrase, and incur the cost of undoing the damage, you're saying the department for responsible for enforcement. So theoretically, if the National Wildlife and Park Service were responsible for enforcement and an offender, somebody polluted the whole of Killarney's National Park, it would be the Park Service that would actually be, so it's the polluter that should pay, not the people responsible for enforcement. So I don't think it makes sense there where it is.
Okay, so not to put that in. We'll put it in the first sentence. Okay, so sanctions should be proportionate to the offence so that they adequately discourage negative behaviour and the perpetrator incur the cost of undoing the damage. Sorry, I'm not even looking at that. Okay. So to add in that to the first sentence, all those in favour? Okay, that's a majority. So that's with that first part. With the second part, Table 2 had suggested a new recommendation, but Table 10 have suggested that agency responsible for enforcement should be provided with adequate training, a clear remit, or to include training in that. Each department, organisation and agency responsible for enforcement should be provided with training, a clear remit, have sufficient resourcing and should be held accountable. So to include provided with training in that. All those in favour? Okay. I think that was the majority of the room. All those against? And including AC3 instead? Okay, so it's AC2. So it's included in AC2. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you. Anything else on AC2 and on AC1 or 2? Thank you to the room for that. Communities, recommendations C1 to, just C6. Kenneth on table 10.
C3. It currently provides small grants, information, support for citizens to undertake biodiversity action on residential properties. We'd like to provide a streamlined grant system, basically that it's easier to, there isn't a lot of administration for people to apply for it.
Okay, so is the suggestion easily accessible small grants? Or sorry, streamlined system? Is it accessibility or streamlined system, table 10? Sorry.
It's basically that it's not complicated, that it's easy for people.
Yeah. Okay. A streamlined system of easily accessible. Okay. 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 So to vote on that wording, or anyone respond to this before we vote on it? Yeah, table 5. Paul?
Homeowners rather than citizens.
Yes, or not even homeowners, people. Residents, okay, thank you. Householders. Does householders include everyone? For everyone. Just people? This is tricky. Okay. Provide a streamlined and easily accessible system of small grants, information and support for the public to undertake biodiversity action on residential properties. All in favour of this wording? Okay. Carried. Thank you. Thank you, 10. Other community, table 1. And Charles at the back, and 4 as well. Okay.
Which one have I got? C2. National Biodiversity Data Centre should have its funding increased. So remove be made a state body.
Why not make it a state body?
Because we decided we didn't need it. If it increased its funding, so it should have its funding increased. That's what we come up with.
Okay, so
You should read the National Biodiversity Data Centre should have its funding increased, etc., etc.
Okay, I'm just going to run this to the back of the room for a moment, Micheál.
Just for information, we had the director, Liam Lysett, here. That National Biodiversity Data Centre doesn't have any long-term future. It's done on a 2 or 3 year contract, and the entire staff could walk out the door, and then we would have no biodiversity data centre. So it is actually in a precarious situation, and I think there is some merit in making it a state body. And just one other point, it's here under the section on communities, which is fine, but also it could come in under the section on data. But I think that if you weren't saying that it would be a state body, its continued existence is a little bit, let's say, precarious. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Micheál. So,
Does
table
that protect it, though, one way or the other? We're just saying should. If we can protect it some other way. Because, I mean, if we say it should be made a state body and it's not made a state body, it's going to be gone anyway, isn't it? If it's going to go.
So the National Biodiversity Data Centre must be made a state body? So is that suggestion better, table 1?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, so can you say that for me,
Yeah,
Robert?
so the
then?
National Biodiversity Data Centre must be made a state body.
Okay, its funding increased and its role enhanced?
Yeah.
Okay. Table 9, and then we have 13 and 4. Is 9 to this point, Hilary?
Yeah, I just want somebody to explain to me again what a state body is, because to my view of the world, we have so many different agencies, bodies and everything, and I'm just wondering if that's the right language, the state body, or should we be saying the consolidation of the National Biodiversity Data Centre as an essential part of, you know, has to be maintained or something.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, is the state body the solution, or is it the fact that we should be saying that it needs to be preserved in the long run?
I'm going to come in on that. That's exactly what we want to do. It's about being protected. So maybe we could change it to National Biodiversity Data Centre must be protected, its funding increased and its role enhanced.
Okay.
That's why we decided not to put a state body.
Okay, so the National Biodiversity Data Centre must be protected, its funding increased and its role enhanced. Charles, I want to speak to this, sorry.
So we just had the word originally that the funding should be secured, so which now may be included in what's being said. So by securing it, you're actually improving its chances of longevity. But we also had another bit at the end about the data. On the same point, this data should be accessible to all.
Okay, so with that, Charles, is the protected part meeting the first part of what you were going to suggest anyways?
The funding's increased. We were saying the funding should be secured because we don't know what we're increasing it from, if you know what I mean.
Right. So the National Biodiversity Data Centre must be protected, its funding secured and its role enhanced, particularly with regard to education, community engagement and citizen science. Okay, so I'm going to just pause and take that for a moment. Now, just responses to this point. Sheila, is this a response to this point? Yeah.
So I'd argue that we should have it as a state body because it's currently under license to a private company, and they will be holding or do hold a lot of our national data on seeds, on DNA and those kind of things. So it's not only protected from a structural point of view, but if we have it within legislation as a protected entity within the state, we also protect the intellectual property that it holds.
Okay, so what are you suggesting, Sheila?
So that we must be a state body or whatever you would call an organisation of the state.
Okay.
Established in law and like owned and operated. I don't know how you put it, but.
Okay, so maybe I'll throw to the back of the room. If the members, and we will vote on this, we're just getting our wording together. If the members wanted this to be protected as an agency by government, what would be some suggested wording on that?
I think the one that was just mentioned, established in law, is good because at the moment it is not. It's a company. Now there is a review of its status going on. It may well become a company under the Heritage Council, but established by law would be a strong, and it leaves the option open then to the state.
Okay.
It's probably better than protect for the reasons just mentioned. Thanks.
Okay, established on a statutory basis, or yeah, okay. Dan, did you want to respond to that? Sorry, To C2 as well? Yeah, if we can get a microphone to table 6.
No, it's just the establishing law bit there that Sheila said. I would like to go back to AC2 if that's okay, just for a
Oh,
second.
okay. Well, hold
Just
on a
to
second.
add a bit more weight to
Yes,
it.
1 second we will. Okay,
Sorry.
so
Can I have
sorry,
one
Sheila.
One more point. In the second, can we move on to the second part of C2?
C2, yes.
Particularly with regard to education, community engagement, and citizen science. I don't know if we'll cover it in the data, but and these are very valid roles that they should have. But it also should have roles of like expert recording. So I'm not sure what those recorders were called that are like that roll, do the state part, ecology reporters
Okay,
that are
so-
qualified to do it. So I'm not sure if we have to deal with it here. But I think the way it is now, it's particularly with regard to education, community engagement. The particularly with regard kind of excludes the experts that are recording this information too.
Okay, so the National Biodiversity Centre must be established on a statutory basis, its funding secured, and its role enhanced for the recording of national data.
By local recorders, experts, and in relation to the education and community engagement.
Okay, again, I think we're going to have to come back to this
Yeah.
one in a minute. Okay. Okay. So I think what we're going to do, we'll talk to this. We'll come back and vote on it in a minute. I think the suggestion to bring it to the data section actually seems to fit a little bit better now anyway. So I think we'll come back to the wording of it in a couple of minutes. Okay. Anything else in the C1 to 6 before I move on? And Dan, I'll come back to AC2 then. Joan, can I get a microphone to 4, please?
This was actually to propose a C7, if that's permissible, and it is in relation to people with disability or maybe alternative needs or minority groups, things like that. So it was. I'm sorry. All actions focused on public or local community engagement should be designed to be inclusive of all people, as defined under the 9 equality grounds, also to include socioeconomic advantage or disadvantage.
Thank you for that, Joan. I would actually suggest that actually goes into the preamble for this section, that when we are talking about local communities and people in general, we mean everybody. I think if we make it a specific recommendation, it loses the fact that we mean it for everything that we're talking about. So yes, I take that wording, but I would actually suggest that it's something that goes into a preamble saying when we talk about community, we mean everybody in the community.
Yes, I'd be very happy with that. I just feel that when we're talking about people or citizens or, just to emphasize, because sometimes, minority group, regardless of the reason, it sometimes needs to be just emphasized.
Yeah, absolutely take that point. Okay, thank you. Okay. Another amendment, addition or deletion to C1 to C6. Okay. Sorry, Charles.
No, just at the end of the sentence for C2, I'm not sure if you included it or not, this data should be accessible to all.
Yeah, I have it noted, but we're going to put it into the data section, Charles, but thank you for that. Okay, Dan, you wanted to reverse back to AC2, allowed in this one instance.
Thank you very much. I just think it should be a bit stronger. Saying it's proportionate to the offence is one thing, but to make that a little stronger, that maybe penalties should be linked to turnover or profits or something like that. Yeah, maybe, yeah. That'll do it.
Okay, so if we go back up, if you don't mind, Craig, Cathal, sanctions should be proportionate to the offence.
Penalties should be linked to turnover, company turnover or something. Because one thing saying the sanction should be proportionate to the offence, so for a worse offence you get a bigger sanction, but it should be linked to the person that carries out the offence as well.
Okay.
I think. Hit them harder if they're bigger.
So the incorporation of this text, all in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you very much. Wonderful. Tipping along nicely now to the NGOs. NGO 1, 2, 3. Table 2. Thank you.
Hi, this is for NGO 3, 2 additions. Core funding for key NGOs and their collaborative networking platforms identified by the state must be provided on a short, medium and long-term basis with strict accountability measures attached.
So it's the inclusion of and their collaborative networking platform. What do you mean by that? Sorry, Nicole.
Many NGOs work separately, and there's no, maybe there needs to be funding for cross NGO collaboration work. For example, Simon Burrows, I was talking to him, and he was saying that there's a lot of things in the Shannon area that he could be doing collaborative work with, but there's no
Overarching.
Yeah, there's I don't know the right words to say.
I don't know if we can refer to something that doesn't exist already.
I think something. Yeah. I'm not really sure.
Sorry, Nicole, can you say that again?
No, I'm not really sure if there is. I think there's. Who were we talking to?
I think you're trying to get NGOs who have a common interest or a common project to give them funding to work together to deliver on projects. So it's cross-functional working as opposed to perhaps collaborative networking platforms. I understand what you mean, but if you're talking about giving a funding and a mechanism for NGOs with common interests to work together, then that sounds reasonable to me. It happens already. It's a bit like the Marriage Equality Coalition that came together. It was 3 NGOs came and worked together. So yeah, we can do wording along those lines. Collaborative umbrella groups, let's call them that, yeah.
Okay, so core funding, thank you, Art, for key NGOs and their collaborative groups. Sorry,
I just had a second bit on that too. Short, medium and long-term basis.
Sorry, short, I missed that. Medium and long-term basis. Okay, so to include that wording, is umbrella groups the right term? And Jean, I'm going to come to you in a minute. Is this to this direct point? It is, yeah. Sorry, we'll get that to Jean, please.
Sorry, it's kind of related to the NGOs, is to ask if to actually remove NGO 2 and NGO 3 in that let the NGOs do their own funding and keep the state separate to the charity. Thank you.
So your suggestion is to delete NGO 2 and NGO 3. Okay. Let's reword NGO 3 because that's what Nicole was originally suggested, and then I'll come back to you. So, sorry, to speak to these 2 points, yeah, Edward and Anka on 10.
We just wanted to clarify in NGO 3 a little bit how these NGOs should be selected. So instead of key, we propose to use the word select, and then just to clarify after the NGOs to put the language chosen regularly based on their past performance, future plans, and their ability to realize those plans. So that way we show that we are not just throwing money, but we're using state resources sparingly.
I take that, but is strict accountability measures not saying that?
That is, I think, strict accountability measures shows that after the funding has been provided, so we want to check how that funding was realized. But when you select the NGOs for the funding, at that selecting stage, we provide a little bit of guidance to the government how those NGOs should be selected. So that should help with, that should prevent repeated NGOs to be selected over and over again and allowing fresh NGOs with new ideas to get into the system and get the funding.
Okay, I think we might need your wording to come up, Edward, to just make sure we have it. Thank you. And Anka? That's that same point. Okay, so we might just hold on a moment. So core funding for selected NGOs identified by the state and collaborative cross-functional groups must be provided on a short, medium and long-term basis with strict accountability measures attached. Personally, I think for selected NGOs identified by the state, I'm not sure that's a better wording than key. I'm not sure though. Can't hear you without the microphone.
It's select, not selected.
Ah, okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies, mishearing that. So core funding for select NGOs identified by the state and collaborative cross-functional groups must be provided on a short, medium and long-term basis with strict accountability measures, or the new wording that we have here. Do you have other wording from 10, Tim? No, or Tim, do you have other wording from 10? From Edward there? And just while we're doing that, sorry, 13.
Yeah, I would just
Emma.
stick with key instead of select. Select to me sounds like we've already decided in advance who we want to select. It sounds like an elitist group rather than key NGOs in different fields.
Okay, so we're going to vote directly on that. And listen, none of this is personal. We're trying to come up with something as a room here. So can I have a show of hands for select? And I'll take a show of hands for key then afterwards. So those who think it should be select NGOs, please raise your hand. Those who think it should be key NGOs, please raise your hand. Okay, so we'll keep it as key. So core funding for key NGOs identified by the state, and we're waiting for the rest of the wording on that one for a second. You think it covered? Well, sorry. Okay, we're a little bit messed now for a minute. Mary, you had something to say on this? Okay.
Sorry, just as I think, like, again, there's nothing wrong with the phrasing and collaborative cross-functional groups. Sorry, Art. But to me, if I read that, that would mean something like the Irish Environmental Network. And again, you may well want to fund them. They're already an NGO anyway. But from what I was hearing there, it was more about collaborations that would be ongoing potentially within different communities and NGOs, which might just be a sentence at the end that says along the lines of funding for collaborative work between the NGOs and their partners should be provided, which is slightly different than specific groups. But it depends what
Table
people
2,
wanted.
does that cover what you were saying? Okay, so Mary, can you repeat that for Cathal just to put at the end of NGO 3, please? And thank you so much to Cathal for following the threads.
Trying desperately to remember what I said. That funding should be provided for collaborative work between NGOs and their partners.
Okay, so the suggestion now, and translating from Tim to come from 10, is actually to take out key NGOs, because maybe the same NGOs are getting funded all the time and other newer, smaller NGOs aren't getting funded. So the next suggestion is to actually remove key. So core funding for NGOs identified by the state must be provided on a short, medium and long-term basis with strict accountability measures attached. Funding should be provided for collaborative work between NGOs and their partners. Okay, so to remove key, all those in favour? Okay, that's what we have now. Okay, table 9 to respond to that.
No, it's just that I just want to separate out NGO 2 and NGO 3, because NGO 2 already says appropriately funded, so with measurable outcomes, and we can put in the strict accountability measures in NGO 2 and then make NGO 3 about the sort of collaborative efforts in the NGOs.
That seems to make a lot of sense, Hilary. So, Cathal, could we add with measurable outcomes and strict, no,
with strict accountability measures into NGO 2, as well as the measurable outcomes.
With measurable outcomes and strict
accountability.
Well, yeah, we'll figure that out in a minute. And then NGO 3 becomes funding should be provided for collaborative work between NGOs and their partners.
Separate.
As a separate.
The collaborative issue is a separate.
Yeah, okay. So with that amendment, Okay, so we can do an undo button, but if for all those who agree to this change for NGO and NGO 2 and NGO 3, please raise your hand. Okay, I think that's carried. And now, Jean's proposal. Jean, do you still want to delete them now that they're changed? So we'll get a microphone to you.
If it's important, the states should do it. But I mean, you're going to have NGOs competing for money from the state as opposed to doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's about money. The NGOs can raise their own money and then see if they're worthwhile. And the state, if it's important, the state should do it themselves.
Okay, I see the argument, but Micheál O'Brien at the back to respond.
Maybe just a European perspective. The European Commission under the LIFE programme does provide grants to support the operating costs of environmental NGOs that contribute to EU environment and climate policies. That's considered to be very good money for taxpayers investing in supporting what is the strongest, most important voice. These NGOs are struggling, and the Irish NGOs are probably struggling more than most. So I would honestly think that the NGOs are not self-financing, they're providing vital services to the delivery of biodiversity objectives. At the EU level, it's grant-aided, but they apply, they have to meet criteria. It's not that you select in advance a particular set of NGOs. You set out conditions and they apply, and then if they meet those conditions, in this case the biodiversity strategic objectives, then of course they should be eligible. But I just wanted to answer that point about their self-financing. I think that's a misunderstanding of the role and the condition of NGOs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Micheál. So to delete NGO 2 and NGO 3, sorry, Nicole, is this to this particular point? Yeah.
Haven't shouldn't we put in medium and long-term funding for these? We threw that out, and
okay, we're just
I think it's important wording because the NGOs are really important, especially educationally, and they need to be funded long-term. Things need to be funded long-term.
So this is then NGO 2, Nicole, funded in the short, medium and long term? Yeah, okay. So technical. NGO 2, Cahill, we took out. So NGOs engaged to be appropriately funded in the short, medium and long term to undertake targeted schemes. All those in favour, short, medium and long term, raise your hands please. Okay. All those in favour of deleting NGO 2? All those in favour of deleting NGO 3? Okay, not carried, apologies. Keith, do you have something on NGOs?
Yeah, just on removing core funding from NGO 3, the problem they have at the moment is that they're reliant on hand-to-mouth funding from Europe. They need money to keep the doors open. So core funding, I think, is an important inclusion.
Okay, so the inclusion of core at the beginning of NGO 3, all those in favour? Okay, that's the room. We have half an hour left, and we've got education, communications and awareness. So, very quickly, ECA 1 to ECA 9. I'm going to start with, are there additions? That's where I'm going to go first, just to mix it up a little bit, and we'll get the microphone to, I can't see what table number it is, apologies. It's 12, thanks.
Thank you. So for number 9, we want to propose a couple of additions. So we're saying instead of the state, the Department of Education, so children and young people are integral to ensuring, blah, blah, blah. Aligning with current policies, the Department of Education should engage with meaningful curriculum reform, etc. Then after secondary, we want to add third level. So having primary, secondary, third level, apprenticeship, and community-based. And lastly, at the end, a new sentence to say, biodiversity should be included as a subject in its own right as part of the first level curriculum.
Sorry, say that again. Biodiversity should be
included as a subject in its own right as part of the first level curriculum.
Primary, is that primary curriculum?
I suppose, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So, to respond to these contributions from 12, the Department of Education and incorporation of the Department of Education and incorporation of third level. So we'll take this one at a time. Does anyone want to respond to Department of Education first of all? All those in favour of changing state? Oh, sorry, Sheila, you're responding to that? Yeah.
So we have a full, like a kind of an alternative.
Okay.
So children and young people are integral to ensuring the environment is protected. Aligning with current policies, the Department of Education and the Teaching Council should coordinate the reform of their curriculum across STEM and other subjects to cement biodiversity as a topic. This is implemented through school-based teaching education and incorporated in exams. This change to occur as an immediate priority in early childhood, primary, secondary, in brackets, including in exams, apprenticeship and community-based curriculum.
Okay, let's take that wording up to Tim. I'm going to put a spanner in the works and tell you Department of Education does the first 3, early childhood, primary and secondary, and then it moves to Department of Further and Higher Education, Science and Research. So that'll be amendment, but let's come back to this in a few minutes when we get the wording of this up, and we'll try and incorporate this into. That's why the state was helpful there rather than the 2 departments, but we'll come back to that. Thank you for starting that ball rolling. Nicola, I think it is. No, it's not. I can't see. It's Fiona, sorry, table 9.
Can I pick up on the recommendations by Cody this morning and
Yeah.
suggest that we add in a recommendation that specifically the Department of Education
Declare a biodiversity
yes,
emergency.
Brilliant.
So-
and also all of his other recommendations, because they were all great.
We need them specific.
Yes.
Okay.
Does anyone have them written?
They're in the submissions. They're in their submissions. If you want to go to them online,
Yeah.
we can.
I'll do that.
Or
and
they're on
maybe
the
come back
slides for
to
this
you
morning.
with wording.
Okay, but we can take ECA 10. The Department of Education should declare a biodiversity emergency. All those in favour of including that specific recommendation? Okay, that is in. So if you want to go to the submissions, the ISSN submissions has the recommendations, and we can come back to that in a moment when we're coming back to ACA 9 maybe. Any other table? Okay, table 8, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Anne talking here. Can we
Sorry.
Evie, yeah.
I just was asked a question there. Is this the Department of Education and the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research and Science? Those 2 departments should declare it biodiversity emergency. Yes, okay. So can I just get a show of hands that it's 2 departments for all of education? Okay, that's what it is. Sheila, 1 second, sorry. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, just we heard this morning that the department haven't declared it, but there's probably other departments that haven't. So could we say that all departments must implement or must echo the declaration of a biodiversity? You know, basically that the state do it and the other departments must adopt that.
The state have already declared a biodiversity emergency.
So the others have to. Can departments declare it themselves, or should they implement?
Okay, but if we're going to say it for all departments, then it's not in this section. Yeah. Okay. Again, I think I need to put my head around that and how we deal with that for one moment. So let's just park ECA 10 for a minute and park ECA 9. We might need to come back to this in a second. I'm going to take table 8's recommendations now.
Grant, hi. We want to just add one word to ECA 5. Hopefully it won't cause a lot of discussion. The National Parks and Wildlife Service should be funded to expand its research and education remit, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of including research and education? Excellent, thank you. ECA 5, okay. Emma?
Just for ECA 9, I'm not sure if you said we come back to it or not.
We're coming back to it.
Okay,
So I'm going to hold it there because it's in the middle of being typed. Okay, table 1.
It's not an amendment to ECA 9, but I'd like to suggest that we move ECA 9 into the top 16. Can we do that in recommendations?
Yeah, when we come back, we can do that. Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Is there, sorry, table 11.
13.
Sorry, you're on 13, apologies.
I was wondering, could we develop, add an additional recommendation? So what I've proposed is the state should develop a nature-related subject and integrate it into the junior and leave insert examination cycles.
That's what ECA 9 will be, I think, from your table in a moment. So yes, it will be along that lines when we vote on it. Thank you. And I'm going to suggest, like, we can keep moving and we can come back to the detail on this in a couple of minutes. But if that is okay for now, then on ECAs, once we come back to 9 and 10. Keith, on table 4.
Yeah, just another proposal we had as an additional one is that the state develop an online courses which could result in level 5 and level 6 certificates in biodiversity and should be accessible and free to the public.
I would argue that's ECA 6 already, Keith, because the Department of Further and Higher Education and all the rest of that should work with, maybe it's more than universities, should work with colleges and universities to develop more programs and third level places, because that's further education is in there. So we can actually amend ECA 6 to include that.
Add that section into it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So that department should work with further education, colleges and universities to develop more programs and higher education, and further and third level. We can change the wording on that, related to biodiversity and environmental sciences to support the state's ambition regarding biodiversity. If we include further education colleges and further education places, Keith, in ECA 6, does that cover your point then?
No, I'm looking for a way that it's easily accessible by anybody, so it's not like it'll lead to a certificate, but it'll encourage involvement in the process.
The certificates would be further education.
Yeah.
I see your point of MOOCs, but
Yeah.
MOOCs, you can make a million MOOCs and people don't actually do them.
Yeah.
It's very tricky, but if it's done, I would argue through a PLC and further education community
Yeah.
colleges, I think that's the
way to do
of
it.
doing it.
Okay.
So, again, we can come back to the wording in a couple of minutes, and I'm making notes of these ones to come back to, but it's further education, and yeah, okay. And we can put in more easily accessible programs. I think that might fix it. Okay, we're going to come back to ECA 6, ECA 9, and ECA 10 in a couple of minutes. Okay. For now, 9, sorry, Fiona.
I've just picked out the 3 of Cody's recommendations
Super.
that I don't think are addressed elsewhere. 1, basic biodiversity training for school staff, including maintenance staff. Should I do them all? Would that be quicker?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2, CPD be developed to address classroom management outdoors. Sorry, or CPD training be developed to address classroom management being conducted outdoors. And 3, reform and further develop the Green Schools programme to ensure nature and biodiversity is included early on.
Okay, so ECA 11, can you say this training for school staff? Oh, your team has it there. I'm going to say ECA 12, if we're talking about CPD, I think that's in 9 because they're talking about teacher education. So again, we'll come back to that. And 13, I think the green flags.
It was just maintenance staff as well and
Maintenance
gardeners.
staff, that was
yeah.
it. Maintenance staff, that's ECA
everything.
11. Okay.
Thanks.
Going to give that all a couple of minutes to settle. And we'll go on to industry, business and tourism. We've got, 6, we've got 20 minutes in that. Kenneth?
Okay, the very first one. And probably there was a situation last week with one member of the Assembly whose garden or roadside garden was destroyed by national broadband. So I think we should, the state and semi-state agencies and bodies responsible for all major state infrastructure should incorporate biodiversity and strategy. I think we should remove that. And before, say, state and semi-state agencies and bodies responsible for all major infrastructure should carry out a biodiversity impact study prior to planning prior to strategic planning because from my reading of this, it seems to be after the event rather than prior to the infrastructure being done.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. So should incorporate biodiversity in strategic planning. So is it an amendment to that, to conduct impact studies?
Prior to the...
Well, okay, so all should prioritize biodiversity in strategic planning? No. Before, but if you're planning something, it should be done before. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out the particular wording on it, Kenneth. So, sorry, we'll get you a microphone. No, it's fine. No, call it out, but just with the microphone. Sorry. Yeah.
Just to simply say, should prioritise biodiversity instead of incorporate.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Kenneth, does that work?
As long as it's done, that there should be an impact study done before rather than afterwards.
It's pure laziness. I don't know if people know the story, but
I think maybe Anne should.
Well, if with Anne's permission, I'll paraphrase and say the beautiful grounds across her road that she'd been cultivating for biodiversity for 20 years were dug up without notice by National Broadband. They have now apologised, but it should absolutely not have been done, and it should have been incorporated into their planning before this. So, yes, this is to that point. Is everyone in agreement that instead of incorporate, prioritise should be the language there? All in favour of prioritise? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Sheila. Microphone to table 4, please. Sorry.
Thanks, but could we just put the blurb like protect, enhance those ones? Because if they prioritise it, do we mean they should prioritise it in their plans, or should they protect what's existing in those?
Okay, so should prioritise to protect and enhance biodiversity in strategic planning?
Exactly, yeah. And restore where impacted.
Okay, so should prioritise the protection of biodiversity? Yeah. In strategic planning.
And the restoration where...
Okay, and restoration where possible?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, where impacted.
So should prioritise the protection and restoration of biodiversity in strategic planning. Okay, the inclusion of protection and restoration in those wordings, all in favour? Thank you. I know you have tired hands by the end of today, but this is how we work. Okay, table 10, is it? 11, sorry.
Multitude of microphones. IBT2, 2 amendments there. One, businesses and industry, but the more important one is the asked or implored bit. Down on your knees with your hands joined, please, can we? Just leave it as required.
I think that was hoping to work that out. So, good. Thank you for nailing one. All in favour of putting required as the word in IBT2? Excellent. Carried. Well done. Okay. Table 5. Paul.
It should be mandated rather than required.
Okay. What's the difference, Paul?
There's more strength in mandated.
I think, okay. Is there?
I think so.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of mandatory as opposed to mandated. Mandated just means that you give somebody authority to do it. Require is a much stronger word than mandated. But if you want to include mandatory, it should be mandatory for all businesses, etc. That's the strong word, I would have thought.
I agree, yes, you're right.
Required is a decent word as well, and it's probably more accessible. But I've no strong view, obviously.
Paul, are you happy for required to?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Okay, IBTs. Table 9.
I kind of understand the intent of it, IBT 6, but greenwashing and advertising to be prohibited. and enforced promptly. I just don't understand. I mean, how we can, greenwashing is a bit of a fuzzy word, you know, so you're asking to prohibit something that's going to be really difficult to define, and enforced promptly doesn't make sense either. So that has to be, I can't suggest rewording for it, but maybe somebody else can.
Yeah, is it Louise on 10? Do you have a response to that?
I'm not sure I can reword it, but I really think greenwashing needs inverted commas.
Okay.
We had more, but I didn't write it down, and I think someone else did, but I don't know who it was. So
On IBT6?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, okay.
We asked Mary about it. I can't remember.
Do we can give it that up to Tim or to Cathal? Or you can read it out there, sorry, Louise.
There's no, hold on. We can come back to you.
Okay, we can come back to that. Okay, anything else in the IBTs? We'll come back. I'm circling it to come back to. Sorry, table 6. Yeah, Luke.
Yeah, just an IBT1. IBT1, where we're saying about prioritising biodiversity in infrastructure. If a state body is involved in infrastructure, surely their priority should be the infrastructure, and could this create lots of cost overruns over time and delays?
I take your point, Luke, but we have voted on it. So what's your suggestion?
I don't know, it just seems like it would hold things up, you know.
Okay, yeah, well,
Too late in that.
it's not too late. I mean, we can always come back to it, but I'm just going to leave it. I think some of this might need to settle, because I think we'll come back to the education maybe at the very end as well. Okay, any of the IBTs? 13?
Hi, yeah. We just had for IBT3 that instead of
Emma.
should not take precedence, they should be equal. One shouldn't be precedent over the other. They should be equal.
Sorry, should not say. The promotion of ecotourism and amenities should
therefore be equal to biodiversity conservation.
And should not take precedence over.
Yeah, we just think that they should be equal. People need to access these nature sites, to care about them, to educate children about them. They should be equal.
Okay, well, we can vote on that. Okay, so to vote on take out, not take precedence, and instead put in be equal to. All in favour? Okay, Micheál O'Brien, you've got a comment to that?
Sorry, if that was a Natura 2000 site, it shouldn't be equal, it should be consistent with biodiversity conservation. In other words, you have to achieve a biodiversity goal, and if you have tourism and recreation, it has to be consistent with the biodiversity conservation, not equal.
Okay. Is there a proposal? Sorry, Brendan, 8?
I propose that we replace the word should take precedence with should be consistent with.
Okay, should therefore be consistent with biodiversity conservation. Okay, all in favour of should be consistent with? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, that's just good wording, and thank you for table 13 for pointing that out originally. Okay, anything else on IBTs? Oh, great, because we've only got like 8 minutes. Okay, energy. EN1 and EN2. 6, Stan. And Yves, I'll come to you then.
On EN2, I think it should be, there's two things really. The first being that the adoption of solar panels, it should be solar panels and on-site storage. We should be storing energy on-site rather than losing it to the ground if there's too much of it. And incentivise, I don't know if it's a strong enough word, I think that should be subsidised. I think the government should be doing more to give people money to do this because the cost of it is prohibitive.
Okay, I'm going to take that in two. So the first wording is, in addition to solar panels, to have on-site storage, and your argument for that is if there's too much in any day, it could potentially get wasted.
That's it, like you're using solar panels, you're getting energy during the day, at night you're getting nothing from them.
Yeah.
If you have on-site storage, you're using your own energy at night.
So the addition of and on-site storage, all in favour? Okay, that's passed. Sorry, table, and I'll come to you in a minute. And Dan, sorry, subsidise versus incentivise. What is the difference? to explain to the room.
Incentivizes, do this and we'll help you out a little bit. Subsidizes will actually give you money to do this in your own home, because at the moment, like, solar panels are expensive, the storage is even more expensive. So in order to get people to do it, I think we need to be giving people
Okay.
grants.
All in favour of replacing incentivise with subsidise? Okay, that's passed. Thank you. Sorry, on table 8 to respond to that, and is it Nadine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the addition of other renewable sources of energy on like site as well, as in like households with wind, like small scale wind turbines and stuff, like not just limited to solar panels.
Okay, so you're suggesting subsidise wide-scale adoption of renewable energy and on-site storage in homes, businesses. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So adoption of solar panels and other sources of renewable energy, and then on-site storage. Okay, sorry, 1 second now, I'll catch up. Okay, so Nadine, and then I'm going to come down to table 1. So to include other sources of renewable energy, all in favour? Okay, that's carried. Table 1.
Yeah, sorry, I'm probably a bit late on this, my hand up, but I'm not sure where this fits in with biodiversity. I know there's a lot of Chinese solar panels going to be bought if it's sort of recommended, but I'm just raising the question as to whether this really fits in.
It's a very good question to ask, Patrick, and I can throw this to the back of the room. I imagine in the blurb before this section, we will reference the fact that climate change and biodiversity are intrinsically linked, and in order to assist, but I'm happy to put that to the room. So, or else, can I throw it to the back of the room first, and then we'll go back to this room? How's Marcus? Yeah.
Yeah, we were just discussing that about how it is a much bigger issue. I was trying to think of ways where, yes, sure, if your solar panels are blocked out by trees nearby, then there's a biodiversity issue, or if, we've already heard enough about wind farms and windmills impacting biodiversity, but we couldn't really see how there was a very strong link with it. Although I do agree that it is part of the global sustainability push in general. It just, in terms of biodiversity impact, I'm not 100% sure if we can kind of isolate a particularly strong connection with them. These are actually very good. This is a great recommendation in general. I do agree with them, but I just don't know how tied in it is to and I don't know the full remit, I should say, but I don't know how it's tied in at the moment.
Guess this brings us to a difficult decision for the room then. Do we make an explicit link in this preamble to this section to say, as an assembly, we take the climate emergency in part with the biodiversity emergency and hence are making these recommendations on energy? Or do we say, this really isn't in our terms of remit and actually we don't go there? I don't know, like I'm just one member now suggesting this. And Jenny, I'm very happy to throw back to you before we go to the room.
So maybe to add another spanner in the works, I agree with Marcus, but the link to biodiversity is more long term. So this would be good at reducing greenhouse gases. That curbs climate change. That's good for biodiversity, but that's a long term thing.
Can I cheekily add to that?
Okay, so to table 9, Fiona. Oh, sorry, Mary. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Mary.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say that there's the other aspect which we've seen with peace in this country and just transition elements. So whereas some of us may be able to afford going and putting solar panels on our houses, the incentive to individuals specifically who are dependent on peat and on coal and solid fuels to heat their houses is one that directly relates into biodiversity very obviously in the short term as well. So this sort of incentivization or subsidy could go and help facilitate the reduction on destruction of peatlands as well.
Okay, so that is kind of a suggestion to say in line with the just transition, and that has a more obvious link to biodiversity. Okay, I'm going to go to table 9, and then we're going to have to call it and come back. And there's a couple of areas we need to come back to, and we have to leave it till tomorrow. Okay, Fiona?
Yeah, well, what Mary said, first of all, in relation to the peatlands, it's one way of cutting down on the use of turf. But also there was a comment made in the urban planning section that rather than using land, agricultural land for wide scale, solar farms, we could actually be using the roof on our building, which doesn't have a biodiversity purpose. So I think that's where this recommendation has come from, and I think it's about better land use, so that we can, use our land better and use the agricultural land for biodiversity aims. So if we want to make that link, I think that's a good way of making it, but happy to vote on it as well.
Okay, so Fiona, your suggestion is at the beginning of this line, in recognition of more appropriate land use, we should subsidise wide-scale adoption of solar panels and blah, 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 blah.
Yes, in homes, businesses, public buildings.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Patrick, to come back to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm not against solar panels. In actual fact, they are a very good form of alternative energy. But we're actually isolating one form of renewable energy, which isn't actually home produced, because we import all our solar panels. And the first line up there, to prioritise the shift of all forms of renewable energy, actually says most of what we want to say. And I don't see why we should begin then to modify a clause which is about solar panels, which really is going outside the remit. And as we look at it, we talk about subsidy. There already are schemes subsidising solar panels. So somebody's going to look at it and say, do these guys not know what's going on?
Okay, I take that point, Patrick. So actually, does EN1 really cover what we want to say? And with EN2, are we actually putting ourselves in a more precarious position as an assembly on biodiversity loss? So with that in mind, Patrick, are you suggesting we delete EN2? Okay, all those in favour of deleting EN2? Okay, and all those against? Okay, it's deleted then. Okay, thank you. Sheila, sorry.
Just to be devil's advocate, if we're opening up it even in EN1, and yet we're talking about in one of the earlier ones about local and global, given that we're importing a lot of the we'll say, structural stuff for solar panels and different type of forms, and even if we go like lithium ion in the batteries and stuff, are we going into a short-term biodiversity impact? And maybe would it be good just to take energy out and actually put that in the preamble that we haven't stepped into this arena because we've gone purely down the biodiversity route?
I'm going to leave it there. Because it's 5 o'clock, and I take the point, and it's something we need to talk about. Okay, with that in mind, as I've said to a couple of tables, but only a couple of tables, our additional experts, Marcus, Donal, and Micheál, will not be here tomorrow. They are only here today. So with that in mind, can we use the expertise that we have in the room to begin looking at document B? We won't finish looking at document B today, but with the experts that we have on hand, can we do as much as we can in an hour on document B? Thank you, everyone.